Intro to Logic. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. Copyright Matthias Felleisen, John Greenier, Moshe Vardi, Fokshan Kolaitis and Ian Barland. This work is licensed under a Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 international license. Original source, connections. http://content/col10154/1.20. Download for free at https://contents/383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. Contents. Chapter 1 Introduction 1. 1.190 = 100. A proof 1. Exercise 1.1.1, 5. 1.2 The need for proofs, 6. 1.2.1 Water World, 6. 1.2.1.1 Type checking, 7. 1.2.1.2 Circuit verification, 9. 1.3 Defining a proof, 10. 1.3.1 What are proofs? Informal, 10. Example 1.1, 10. 1.3.1.1 An argument by form, 11. Example 1.2, 11. Example 1.3, 11. Example 1.4, 12. 1.3.1.2 Some non-proofs, 12. Example 1.5, 13. Exercise 1.3.1. 14. Example 1.6, 14. Example 1.7, 14. Example 1.8, 15. Exercise 1.3.2, 15. 1.3.1.3 Other inference rules, 15. 1.3.1.4 The need for a precise language, 17. 1.3.2 Solutions to exercises in Chapter 1, 18. Chapter 2 Propositional Logic, 21. 2.1a Formal Vocabulary, 21. 2.1.1 Propositions, 21. 2.1.1.1 A formal vocabulary, 21. 2.1.1.1.1 A particular vocabulary for water world, 22. 2.1.1.1.2 Connectives, 23. Exercise 2.1.1.1, 23. Exercise 2.1.1.2, 23. Exercise 2.1.1.3, 24. Example, 24. Example. 24. Example, 24. Example 2.1, 25. Exercise 2.1.1.4, 25. Exercise 2.1.1.5, 26. 2.1.2 Formulas, 26. 2.1.2.1 Well-formed formulas, 26. Example, 26. Example, 26. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. Example, 26. Example, 27. Example, 27. Example 2.2, 27. Example 2.3, 27. 2.1.2.2 Some formulas are truer than others, 28. Example, 29. Example, 29. Example, 29. Example, 29. Example, 29. Exercise 2.1.2.1, 30. Exercise 2.1.2.2, 30. Exercise 2.1.2.3, 30. Exercise 2.1.2.4, 30. Exercise 2.1.2.5, 30. 2.1.2.3 Finding Truth. 31. 2.1.2.4 Game-specific rules, 31. 2.2 Reasoning with truth tables, 31. 2.2.1 Using truth tables, 31. 2.2.1.1 Using truth tables, 32. Tip, 32. Exercise 2.2.1.2, 33. 2.2.2 The limitations of truth tables, 34. 2.2.2.1 Are we done yet? 34. Exercise 2.2.2.1, 34. Exercise 2.2.2.2, 35. 2.3 Reasoning with equivalences, 36. 2.3.1 Propositional equivalences, 36. 2.3.1.1 Propositional equivalences, 36. Example 2.4, 37. Example 2.5, 39. Example 2.6, 39. Exercise 2.3.1.1, 40. Exercise 2.3.1.2, 40. 2.3.1.1.1 Duals, optional. 40. 2.3.2 Normal forms, 41. 2.3.2.1 CNF, DNF. Enough already. 41. Example 2.7, 41. Example 2.8, 41. Example 2.9, 41. Example 2.10, 42. Exercise 2.3.2.1, 43. 2.3.2.1.1 Notation for DNF, CNF, 43. 2.3.3 Soundness and completeness, 44. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. 2.3.3.1 Are we done yet? 44. Exercise 2.3.3.1, 44. Exercise 2.3.3.2, 45. 2.4 Reasoning with inference rules, 45. 2.4.1 Propositional inference rules, 45. 2.4.1.1 Inference, 45. Example 2.11, 46. Exercise 2.4.1.1, 47. Exercise 2.4.1.2, 47. 2.4.1.1.1 Formal inference rules and proofs, 48. Example 2.12, 48. Example 2.13, 49. Example 2.14, 50. Example 2.15, 50. Exercise 2.4.1.3, 51. Example 2.16, 51. Exercise 2.4.1.4, 52. 2.4.2 Using subproofs, 52. 2.4.2.1 Subproofs, 52. Example 2.17, 53. Example 2.18, 54. Exercise 2.4.2.1, 54. Example 2.19, 55. 2.4.2.2 More examples, 57. Example 2.20, 57. Example 2.21, 59. Example 2.22, 61. 2.4.3 The soundness and completeness of inference rules, 66. Exercise 2.4.3.1, 66. 2.4.4 Proofs and Programming, 66. 2.4.4.1 Proofs and Programming, 66. 2.4.5 Conclusions, 67. 2.4.5.1 Are we done yet? 67. 2.4.5.2 Distinctness of the approaches, optional, 68. 2.5 Exercises for Propositional Logic I, 68. 2.5.1 Propositional Logic, 69. Exercise 2.5.1, 69. Exercise 2.5.2, 69. Exercise 2.5.3, 69. Exercise 2.5.4, 70. Exercise 2.5.5, 70. Exercise 2.5.6, 71. Exercise 2.5.7, 71. Exercise 2.5.8, 71. Exercise 2.5.9, 72. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454E99FE2EAA43A8FF at 2020. Exercise February 5, 10, 73. Exercise February 5, 11, 74. Exercise February 5, 12, 74. Exercise February 5, 13, 74. Exercise February 5, 14, 74. 2.5.2 Reasoning with Truth Tables, 74. Exercise February 5, 15, 75. Exercise February 5, 16, 75. Exercise February 5, 17, 75. Exercise February 5, 18, 76. Exercise February 5, 19, 76. Exercise February 5, 20, 76. Exercise February 5, 21, 77. Exercise February 5, 22, 77. Exercise February 5, 23, 78. Exercise February 5, 24, 79. 2.5.3 Reasoning with Equivalences, 79. Exercise February 5, 2579. Exercise February 5, 2680. Exercise February 5, 2780. Exercise February 5, 2880. Exercise February 5, 2980. 2.6 Exercises for Propositional Logic 2, 81. 2.6.1 Reasoning with Inference Rules, 81. Exercise 2.6.1. 81. Exercise 2.6.2, 82. Exercise 2.6.3, 82. Exercise 2.6.4, 82. Exercise 2.6.5, 82. Exercise 2.6.6, 82. Exercise 2.6.7, 82. Exercise 2.6.8, 83. Exercise 2.6.9, 83. Exercise February 6, 10, 83. Exercise February 6, 11, 83. Exercise February 6, 12, 83. Exercise February 6, 13, 84. Exercise February 6, 15, 87. Exercise February 6, 16, 87. Exercise February 6, 17, 87. Exercise February 6, 18, 87. Exercise February 6, 19, 88. Exercise February 6, 20, 88. 2.6.2 Solutions to Exercises in Chapter 2, 88. Chapter 3 Relations and Models, 105. 3.1 Relations, 105. 3.1.1 Relations, Building a Better Representation of Water World, 105. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. Exercise 3.1.1. 106. 3.2 Properties of Relations, 106. 3.2.1 Relations as Subsets, 106. Example 3.1. 107. Example 3.2. 107. Example 3.3. 107. Example 3.4. 107. Example 3.5. 108. Example 3.6. 108. Example 3.7. 108. 3.2.2 Relations as Functions, 108. Exercise 3.2.1. 109. Exercise 3.2.2. 109. 3.2.3 Functions as Relations, 109. 3.2.4 Binary Relations, 110. 3.2.4.1 Binary Relation Notation, 110. 3.2.4.2 Binary Relations as Graphs, 110. 3.3 Interpretations, 111. 3.3.1 Needing interpretations to evaluate formulas, 111. 3.3.1.1 Using truth tables to summarize interpretations, optional. 112. 3.3.1.2 Using formulas to classify interpretations, optional. 112. 3.3.1.3 Encoding functions as relations. 113. 3.4 Non-standard interpretations, optional. 113. 3.4.1 Prime factorization. 113. 3.4.2 The Poincare disk. 114. 3.4.3 P versus NP and oracles. 115. 3.4.4 Lowenheimskolum and the real numbers. 116. 3.4.5 Object-oriented programming. 116. 3.4.6 Real-world arguments. 117. 3.5 Modeling with relations. 117. 3.5.1 Modeling with relations. 117. Exercise 3.5.1. 118. Exercise 3.5.2. 118. Exercise 3.5.3. 118. Exercise 3.5.4. 119. 3.5.2 A case study, iTunes. 119. Exercise 3.5.5. 119. Exercise 3.5.6. 119. Exercise 3.5.7. 119. 3.5.3 Solutions to exercises in Chapter 3. 120. Chapter 4 First Order Logic, 123. 4.1 A Formal Vocabulary. 123. 4.1.1 Syntax and Semantics of Quantifiers. 123. 4.1.1.1 Talking about unnamed items. 123. 4.1.1.1.1 Warning, the ambiguous, any. 126. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. 4.1.1.2 First Order Logic, WFFs Revisited. 126. Definition 4.1, Term. 127. Definition 4.2, Well-formed formula, WFF, for first-order logic. 128. 4.1.1.2.1 Examples. 129. Example 4.1. 129. Example 4.2. 129. Example 4.3. 129. Example 4.4. 129. Exercise 4.1.1.1. 129. Exercise 4.1.1.2. 129. Example 4.5. 129. Example 4.6. 129. Exercise 4.1.1.3 130. Exercise 4.1.1.4 130. Example 4.7 130. Example 4.8 131. Exercise 4.1.1.5 131. Exercise 4.1.1.6 131. Exercise 4.1.1.7 132. 4.1.1.2.2 A hint on deciphering formulas meanings. 132. 4.1.1.2.3 For all, S friend if. 132. 4.1.2 Bound variables, free variables. 133. Example 4.9 134. 4.1.3 Normal forms revisited. 134. 4.1.3.1 CNF and DNF revisited, optional. 134. Example 4.10 134. 4.2 Reasoning with equivalences. 135. 4.2.1 First order equivalences. 135. 4.2.1.1 First order equivalences. 135. Example 4.11 137. Example 4.12 138. Exercise 4.2.1.1 138. 4.2.1.2 Are we done yet? 139. 4.3 Reasoning with inference rules. 139. 4.3.1 First order inference rules. 139. 4.3.1.1 Inference with quantifiers. 139. 4.3.1.1.1 Exists intro. 140. 4.3.1.1.2 Exists alim. 141. 4.3.1.1.3 For all intro. 141. 4.3.1.1.4 For all alim. 142. 4.3.1.2 Formal inference rules and proofs. 142. Example 4.13 143. Exercise 4.3.1.1 143. 4.3.1.3 Proofs and programming. 144. 4.4 Exercises for first order logic. 145. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. 4.4.1 Relations and interpretations. 145. Exercise 4.4.1 145. Exercise 4.4.2 145. Exercise 4.4.3 145. Exercise 4.4.4 146. Exercise 4.4.5 146. Exercise 4.4.6. 147. Exercise 4.4.7. 147. 4.4.2 Quantifiers. 147. Exercise 4.4.8. 147. Exercise 4.4.9. 148. Exercise April 4th, 10. 148. 4.4.3 Interpreting first-order formulas. 148. Exercise April 4th, 11. 148. Exercise April 4th, 12. 149. Exercise April 4th, 13. 149. Exercise April 4th, 14. 150. Exercise April 4th, 15. 150. Exercise April 4th, 16. 150. Exercise April 4th, 17. 151. Exercise April 4th, 18. 151. Exercise April 4th, 19. 152. Exercise April 4th, 20. 152. 4.4.4 Modeling. 153. Exercise April 4th, 21. 153. Exercise April 4th, 22. 153. Exercise April 4th, 23. 154. 4.4.5 Reasoning with equivalences. 154. Exercise April 4th, 24. 154. Exercise April 4th, 25. 155. Exercise April 4th, 26. 155. Exercise April 4th, 27. 155. 4.4.6 Reasoning with inference rules. 155. Exercise April 4th, 28. 155. Exercise April 4th, 29. 156. Exercise April 4th, 30. 156. Exercise April 4th, 31. 156. Exercise April 4th, 32. 156. 4.4.7 Solutions to exercises in Chapter 156. Chapter 5 Conclusion, Acknowledgements, 160. 5.1 Logic, Looking Back. 160. 5.1.1 Why didn't we begin with quantifiers all along? 160. 5.1.2 Logic and Everyday Reasoning. 161. 5.1.3 Other Logics. 161. 5.1.3.1 Limitations of first-order logic's expressiveness. 162. Example 5.1. 162. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. 5.1.4 Logic in Computer Science. 163. 5.2 Acknowledgements. 164. Chapter 6 Appendices and Reference Sheets, 165. 6.1 Propositional Equivalences. 165. Example 6.1. 166. 6.2 Propositional Inference Rules. 166. 6.3 First Order Equivalences. 168. 6.4 First Order Inference Rule. 169. 6.5 Propositional Axioms for Water World. 171. 6.5.1 Propositions. 172. 6.5.2 The Domain Axioms. 173. 6.6 First Order Axioms for Water World. 175. 6.6.1 Domain and Relations. 175. 6.6.2 The Domain Axioms. 176. 6.7 Browser Supports. 177. Glossary, 178. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. Chapter 1 Introduction. 1.190 = 100, a proof. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http Creative Commons s.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Construct a four-sided figure of bed as follows. Abe = 90. Deb = 100. Ub = ed. Using that as a starting point, we now tinker a bit to show that 90 = 100. Draw the perpendicular bisectors to B and AD, call the point where they meet C. Note, actually, we must prove that those two perpendicular bisectors really do meet at all, i.e., that the point C even exists. In this case, it turns out to be pretty clear. It's not hard to argue that lines AD and B aren't parallel, and therefore their perpendicular bisectors aren't parallel, and so they must intersect, in Euclidean geometry. Still, be alert for people making glib assertions in proofs. 1. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. Figure 1.1a Construction to help prove that 90 = 100. Looking at this figure, some warning flags should be going up. How do we know C lies below bed? Might it lie above bed? Or exactly on bed? It turns out that the argument below is the same in all of these cases, though you'll certainly want to verify this to yourself later. 2. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. 1. By construction. 2. C is on the perpendicular bisector of B. Thus, Beck is isosceles. 3. Base angles of isosceles triangle Beck are congruent. 4. Congruent angles have equal measures, line. 3. 5. C is on the perpendicular bisector of AD. Thus, ADC is isosceles. 6. Triangles with 3. Congruent sides are congruent. Euclid's side, side, congruence theorem. Lines 1, 2, 5, 7. From here, it's just routine steps to conclude. 90 equal 100. 8. Corresponding parts of Table 1.1 a useful corollary, 0 equal 1. 3. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. Congruent triangles are congruent. Line 6. 9. Congruent angles have equal measures, line. 8. 10. By construction. 11. By construction. 12. Substituting equals with equals, lines 11 and 4. 13. Substituting equals with equals, lines 12 and 9. 14. Substituting equals with equals, lines 13 and 10. 15. Subtracting equals from equals remains equal. 16. By construction and substituting. Table 1.1 a useful corollary, 0 equal 1. 4. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. Equals with equals, line 15. 17. By construction and substituting equals with equals, line 16. Table 1.1 a useful corollary, 0 equal 1. 1 previous theorem. 2. Subtracting equals 90 from equals remains equal. 3. Dividing equals by non-zero equals 10 remains equal. Exercise 1.1.1. If you feel this result is incorrect, then the challenge for you is to find the first line which is false. You may have noticed that the proof given here has some very minuscule steps. For example, congruent angles have equal measure. Usually such simple steps can be omitted, since they are obvious to any reader. We include them for a few reasons. As a careful thinker, you should recognize that such small steps really are part of the complete reasoning, even if they are not worth mentioning continually. If a computer is checking a proof, it needs to actually include those steps. Programmers do need to be concerned with distinctions about abstract types, the difference between angles and their measures. In this case, sometimes a line's justification is glibly given as by construction, when that may not even be correct. In this course, we'll spend a few weeks working with proofs which do include all the small, pedantic steps, to instill a mental framework for what a rigorous proof is. But after that, you can relax your proofs to leave out such low-level steps, once you appreciate that they are being omitted. 5. Download for free at https://contents/383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa438ff at 2020. 1.2 The need for proofs. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http Creative Commons s.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. The ancient Greeks loved to hang around on the stoa, sip some wine, and debate. But at the end of the day, they wanted to sit back and decide who had won the argument. When Socrates claims that one statement follows from another, is it actually so? Shouldn't there be some set of rules to officially determine when an argument is correct? Thus began the formal study of logic. Aside, the three fundamental studies were the trivium grammar, words, logic, reasoning, and rhetoric, effective communication. These allowed study of the quadrivium arithmetic, patterns in number, geometry, patterns in space, music, patterns in tone, and astronomy, patterns in time. Altogether, these subjects comprise the 7 liberal arts. These issues are of course still with us today. And while it might be difficult to codify real-world arguments about, say, gun control laws, programs can be fully formalized, and correctness can be specified. We'll look at 3 examples where formal proofs are applicable. Playing a simple game, Waterworld. Checking a program for type errors. Circuit verification. Many other areas of computer science routinely involve proofs, although we won't explore them here. Manufacturing robots first prove that they can twist and move to where they need to go before doing so, in order to avoid crashing into what they're building. When programming a collection of client and server computers, we usually want to prove that the manner in which they communicate guarantees that no clients are always ignored. Optimizing compilers prove that, within your program, some faster piece of code behaves the same as and can replace what you wrote. With software systems controlling more and more life-critical applications, it's important to be able to prove that a program always does what it claims. 1.2.1 Waterworld. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http Creative Commons s.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Consider a game called Waterworld, where each location is either empty sea or contains a pirate. When you enter a location, you must correctly anticipate whether or not it contains pirates. If you correctly anticipate open sea, you are able to enter and determine how many of the, up to 3, adjacent locations contain a pirate. If you correctly anticipate a pirate, the location is tagged as dangerous, and you gather no further information. 6. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. Furthermore, there are really two types of moves, guesses, and assertions. If you make an assertion, then even if you happen to be correct but it is possible you could have been wrong, then it is an error. Also, it is an error if you make a guess about a location if it is actually possible to assert a location's contents. The interesting fact about these types of games is that while sometimes guesses are necessary, when surprisingly often an assertion can be made. You can freely download Waterworld at here, http://www.teachlogic.org/waterworld. Download SHTML. Figure 1.2 glimpses of two different Waterworld boards. For instance, in the first board, what assertions can we be sure of? What, exactly, is your reasoning? How about in the second board? You can certainly envision wanting a computer player that can deduce certain moves, and make those for you automatically. 1.2.1.1 Type checking. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http Creative Commons s.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. When writing a program, we'd like to simply look at the program and determine whether it has any bugs, without having to run it. We'll see in the future, however, that such a general problem cannot be solved. Instead, we focus on finding more limited kinds of errors. Type checking determines whether all functions are called with the correct type of inputs. For example, the function plus should be called with numbers, not booleans, and a function which a programmer has declared to return an integer really should always return an integer. Consider the following program. //average / simply divide sum by n, but guard against dividing by 0. 7. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. // Real or false average, real sum, nat number n. If n equals 0, return sum in. Else, return false. One reason programmers are required to declare the intended type of each variable is so that the computer, the compiler, can prove that certain errors won't occur. How can you or the compiler prove, in the above, that average returns a real number or false, but never returns, say, a string, and doesn't raise an exception? Deductions are made based on premises about the types that are passed in, along with axioms about the input and return types of the built-in functions if, equal, and I, as well as which exceptions those built-ins might raise. Consider this variant. / augment average. / given an old sum and n, compute the average if one more. / datum were included. / real augment average, real old sum, nat number old n, real new datum. Return average, old sum plus new datum, old n plus 1. Most compilers will reject augment average, claiming that it may actually return false. However, we're able to prove that it really will only return a real, by using some knowledge about natural numbers and adding 1, plus some knowledge of what average returns. Note that our reasoning uses aspects of averages interface which aren't explicitly stated. MOST6 type systems aren't expressive enough to allow more detailed type contracts, for reasons we'll allude to later. So we see that many compilers have overly conservative type checkers, rejecting code which is perfectly safe, because they are reasoning with only a narrow set of type rules. This example alludes to another use of logic. Not only is it the foundation of writing proofs, ones that can be created or checked by computers, but logic can also be used as an unambiguous specification language. Observe that while a function's implementation is always specified formally and unambiguously in a programming language, the interface is specified entirely English, aside from a few type declarations. Many bugs stem from ambiguities in the English that different humans interpret differently, or don't think about. Being able to use logic to specify an interface, and cannot be modified even if the somebody later tunes the implementation, is an important skill for programmers, even when those logic formulas aren't used in proofs. 8. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. 1.2.1.2 Circuit Verification. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http Creative Commons s.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Given a circuit's blueprints, will it work as advertised? In 1994, Intel had to recall 5 million of its Pentium processors, due to a bug in the arithmetic circuitry. This cost Intel nearly $500 million, lots of bad publicity, and it happened after intensive testing. Might it have been possible to have a program try to prove the chip's correctness or uncover an error before casting it in silicon? Software and hardware companies are increasingly turning to the use of automated proofs, rather than semi-haphazard testing, to verify parts of large products correct. However, it is a formidable task, and how to do this is also an active area of research. There are of course many more examples. One topical popular concern is verifying certain security properties of electronic voting machines, often provided by vendors who keep their source software a proprietary secret. Having proofs of correctness is not just comforting, it allows us to save effort, less time testing, and also able to make better optimizations, and prevent recall of faulty products. But, who decides a proof is correct? The employee with best SAT scores, L. Is there some trusted way to verify proofs, besides careful inspection by a skilled, yet still error-prone, professional? Many highly intelligent people are poor thinkers. Many people of average intelligence are skilled thinkers. The power of the car is separate from the way the car is driven. Edway T. D. Bono, consultant, Tet and Speak T, 1933. 9. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. 1.3 Defining a proof. 1.3.1 What are proofs? Informal. Available under Creative Commons Sharealike 4.0 International License, http Creative Commons s.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Example 1.1. The following submission from an anonymous engineer to the January 1902 edition of Popular Mechanics caught my eye. Seems like something every boy/girl scout and architect should know. How to use the watch as a compass. Very few people are aware of the fact that in a watch they are always provided with a compass, with which, when the sun is shining, the cardinal points can be determined. All one has to do is to point the hour hand to the sun, and south is exactly halfway between the hour and the figure 12 on the watch. This may seem strange to the average reader, but it is easily explained. While the sun is passing over 180 degrees, east to west, the hour hand of the watch passes over 360 degrees, from 6 o'clock to 6 o'clock. Therefore the angular movement of the sun in 1 hour corresponds to the angular movement of the hour hand in half an hour. Hence, if we point the hour hand toward the sun, the line from the point midway between the hour hand and 12 o'clock to the pivot of the hands will point to the south. Engineer. They give an argument of correctness. Is that really a proof? Well, there are some ambiguities. Do I hold the watch vertically, or in the plane of the sun's arc? Certainly I can't hold it upside down, even though this isn't explicitly stated. Furthermore, the correctness of the reasoning relies on some unstated assumptions. For example, the sun is at its highest, northernmost point of its transit at noon. Is this actually true? Does it depend on the time of year? I'm not exactly sure, and will have to sit down and scratch my head and draw pictures of orbits to convince myself. Certainly there are at least a couple of caveats, even beyond account for daylight savings time. The solar time and clock time only align at time zone boundaries, and they drift up to an hour apart before the next boundary rectifies the difference. Is this presuming I'm in the northern hemisphere? What if I'm on the equator? To be fair, the intent of this anecdote was to give enough evidence to convince you. Not necessarily to be a complete, standalone self-contained proof. But in writing out a careful proof, one is forced to consider all the points just made, being forced to understand these can lead you to better understand the procedure yourself. But be careful to distinguish between something which sounds reasonable, and something that you're certain of. 10. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. 1.3.1.1 An argument by form. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http Creative Commons s.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. How can we tell true proofs from false ones? What, exactly, are the rules of a proof? These are the questions which will occupy us. Proofs are argument by form. We'll illustrate this with 3 parallel examples of a particular proof form called syllogism. Example 1.2. 1. All people are mortal premise. 2. Socrates is a person. Premise. 3. Therefore, Socrates is mortal. Syllogism, lines 1, 2. Example 1.3. 1. All substitution ciphers are vulnerable to brute force attacks. Premise. 2. The Julius Caesar cipher is a substation cipher. Premise. 3. Therefore, the Julius Caesar cipher is vulnerable to brute force attacks. Syllogism. Lines 1, 2. Note that you don't need to know anything about cryptography to know that the conclusion follows from the 2 premises. Are the premises indeed true? That's a different question. 11. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. Example 1.4. 1. All Grisnoxes corbel happily premise. 2. A flubber is a type of Grisnox. Premise. 3. Therefore, flubbers corbel happily. Syllogism. Lines 1, 2. You don't need to be a world-class flubber expert to evaluate this argument, either. Aside, Lewis Carroll, a logician, has developed many whimsical examples of syllogisms and simple reasoning. Relatedly, note how the social context of Carroll's examples demonstrates some feminist issues in teaching logic. As you've noticed, the form of the argument is the same in all these. If you are assured that the first 2 premises are true, then, without any true understanding, you, or a computer, can automatically come up with the conclusion. A syllogism is one example of an inference rule, that is, a rule form that a computer can use to deduce new facts from known ones. 1.3.1.2 Some non-proofs. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http Creative Commons s.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Of course, not all arguments are valid proofs. Identifying invalid proofs is just as interesting as identifying valid ones. Note: Homer, not a bear in sight. The bear patrol must be working. Lisa, that's specious low reasoning, Dad. Homer, thank you, honey. Lisa, by your logic, this rock keeps tigers away. Homer, oh. How does it work? Lisa, it doesn't work. Homer, Lisa, it's just a stupid rock. Homer, Lisa, but I don't see any tigers around here, do you? Pause. Homer, Lisa, I want to buy your rock. A moment's hesitation, and money changes hands. From The Simpsons, much APU about nothing. 12. Download for free at https://383D4B8722D7B454E99FE2EAA43A8FF at 2020. If Lisa isn't around, who will identify specious reasoning for us? We can certainly use her approach of finding other particular examples that follow the same argument, yet lead to a clearly erroneous conclusion. Example 1.5. Suppose that my friend makes the following argument. 1. Warm cola tastes bad. Premise. 2. Warm salt water tastes bad. Premise. 3. Therefore, mixing them together tastes bad. Common sense. Conclusion. Lines 1, 2. I'm skeptical, so I have a sip. Sure enough, the conclusion is indeed true. But is the proof correct? Does the common sense conclusion rule actually hold? In order to refute the form of the argument, we can try similar arguments which have the same form but a false conclusion, as Lisa did. 1. Ice-cold Coke tastes good. Premise. 2. Iced coffee tastes good. Premise. 3. Therefore, mixing them together tastes good. Common sense. Conclusion, lines 1 and 2. After another unfortunate sip, I verify that this conclusion is not true, and therefore my friend's reasoning is at fault. My friend responds by claiming that the common sense conclusion is too valid. The rule is that bad taste is preserved upon mixing, not that any taste is preserved. While I'm inclined to believe that we realize we can still test this more refined rule, can you come up with an instance of mixing together bad tasting things and ever getting a yummy result? Say, salt and 4, which can be mixed and baked to get delicious saltines. The argument continues, about whether the form of the argument precludes baking, and so on. The end result, after I take some antacid, is that we have a clearer understanding of the initially vague common sense conclusion, and stricter rules about when it applies. Thus, refining the argument has led us to a greater understanding. 13. Download for free at https://383D4B8722D7B454E99FE2EAA43A8FF at 2020. The above examples are a bit frivolous, but the procedure of looking for counterexamples applies to many real-world dilemmas. It also highlights the Difference between a correct proof and a faulty proof that might still happen to lead to a true result. By the way, this is the exact same skill used when trying to come up with an algorithm for a problem. Well, the algorithm works for this input, but can I find something that makes one of the steps fail? If so, you then try refining your algorithm. Well, I can add a test to take care of that problem. Is that enough so that it always works? Exercise 1.3.1. Solve this statement for X. It is wrong to ban X. Such a ban would punish those reasonable citizens who would use X responsibly, while those who really want to abuse X will be able to get it anyway, through a black market which will only subsidize other criminal activities. In real-world issues, there are often many subtleties, and short arguments that sound airtight might be glossing over factors which are important in practice. Example 1.6. During daylight, there is no need to have headlights, or running lights, on. There's already plenty of light for everybody to see each other by. Even during the day, headlights slightly increase how quickly other drivers see you during, say, a routine tenth of a second glance in their mirror. Example 1.7. When in a turn-only lane, there is absolutely no need to signal since there's only one way to turn. A signal can't communicating any information to other drivers. Glib, but not true. Other defensive drivers presumably know you have only one legal option, but they don't know that you know that, and they are planning reactions in case you surprise them with a sudden illegal maneuver. By signaling, you give them information which helps them better plan for yet other contingencies. Furthermore, it also gives you more confidence that other drivers are expecting your turn, reducing your suspicion that they're about to pull a surprise maneuver on you. True, these are all low probability events which almost always turn out to be unnecessary. But avoiding accidents is all about minimizing risks for the one moment events do spiral out of control. 14. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. Example 1.8. You'll lose weight if and only if you burn more calories than you take in. All those diet plan books can never get around this, and all their details are pointless. True, calorie intake and expenditure solely determine weight loss/gain. But after some thought, we can get examples where the above logic overlooks some relevant differences. If your friend told you they were switching from a diet of 2,000 calories of balanced short-term and long-term energy sources, sugars, proteins, and carbs, to a diet of 2,000 calories worth of pixie sticks at breakfast plus a Flintstones multivitamin, would you be optimistic that they would have the willpower to strictly follow the new plan? The two plans are equal when counting calories, but in actuality one really is a better plan. Even more exaggeratedly, consider a daily plan of 2,000 calories of sugar while never drinking any water since water has no calories, it can't affect your calorie count, according to the above claim. These contrived counterexamples help illustrate that it's conceivable that there can be a difference between diet plans, so the initial claim isn't technically true. The point illustrated is that often real-world arguments incorrectly imply that their result follows from the form of the argument, when in fact the form is not valid in the way a syllogism is. This fallacy can be illuminated by finding a different domain in which the argument fails. The practice of searching for domains which invalidate the argument can help both sides of a debate hone in on bringing the unspoken assumptions to light. The original argument, if its conclusion is indeed true, must be patched either by adding the unspoken assumptions or fixing the invalid form. Exercise 1.3.2. Mistakes in syllogisms are hard to make. What are the only two ways to have an error in a syllogism? 1.3.1.3 Other inference rules. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Of course, there are more ways to deduce things, beyond a syllogism. Who decides what the valid inference rules are? Is it always clear when people have used the inference rules correctly? 15. Download for free at https://383D4B872D7B454E99FE2EAA43A8FF at 2020. Figure 1.3 Glimpses of two different Waterworld boards. Consider the following argument about Waterworld boards. 1. A is next to exactly one pirate. Premise, from either. Subfigure. 2. A has only one unexplored neighbor. Premise, from either. Subfigure. 3. If you are an unexpected location next to A, then you contain a pirate. Incorrect. Conclusion. This conclusion is not valid, while it is correct for the first board shown, figure 1.3, it is incorrect for the second, figure 1.3. I make this mistake all the time when playing Waterworld too quickly, ergo the author. The problem is that the author of the argument presumably meant to conclude all explored neighbors of A contain a pirate. Before we can study exact proofs, we need a way of writing exactly what we mean. This will occupy us for the next section. 16. Download for free at https://383D4B872D7B454E99FE2EAA43A8FF at 2020. 1.3.1.4 The need for a precise language. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. These previous glitches in the Waterworld arguments both arise, of course, because we were sloppy about what each sentence meant exactly. We used informal English, a fine language for humans, who can cope with remarkable amounts of ambiguity but not a good language for specifying arguments. Aside, laws and contracts are really written in a separate language from English. Legalese, full of technical terms with specific meanings. This is done because, while some ambiguity is tolerable in 99% of human interaction, the remaining 1% can be very problematic. Even so, legalese still contains intentionally ambiguous terms. When, exactly, is a punishment cruel and unusual? What exactly is the community standard of indecency? The legal system tries to simultaneously be formal about laws, yet also be flexible to allow for unforeseen situations and situation-specific latitude. The result of this tension is the position of judge. Aside, court decisions, while dense reading, are often the model of well-presented arguments. Consider, from a previous example, example 1.1, the statement, "This is something every boy/girl scout and architect should know." Does this mean all people who are both a scout and architect, or everybody who is at least one or the other? Genuinely ambiguous, in English often, and /or is used to mean one or the other or possibly both. We'll next look at a way to specify some concepts non-ambiguously, at least for water world. We need to be more careful about how we state our facts and how we use these known facts to deduce other facts. Remember, faulty reasoning might not just mean losing a silly game. Hardware and software bugs can lead to significant bodily harm. Imagine software bugs in an airplane autopilot or surgical robot system. Security loopholes, for example, in Mozzolal 6 or IEL 7, or expensive recalls, P7. One reaction to the above arguments is, well, big deal, somebody made a mistake. Misinterpreting or misstating a claim, that's their problem. And sheesh, they sure are dolts, but as a programmer, that's not true. Writing large systems, human programmers will err, no matter how smart or careful or skilled they are. Type checkers catch some errors upon compilation, and test suites catch their share of bugs, but many still remain in real-world software. Thus we are looking for systemic ways to reduce and catch errors, with the ultimate ideal of being able to prove programs correct. Aside, other professions have checklists, protocols, and regulations to minimize human error. Programming is no different, except that the industry is still working on exactly what the checklists or training should be. Someday, a license will be required for practicing software, at least for software involved with life safety. In our study of formal logic, we'll need three things. 17. Download for free at https://383d4b8722d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. Syntax, language, a precise syntax and vocabulary for expressing concepts without ambiguity. Propositional logic. First-order logic, propositional logic, plus relations and quantifiers. Semantics, meaning, and modeling, how to connect these formal languages to whatever topic we want to reason about, including our software. Reasoning, proofs, methods of deducing new facts from old. We'll see 3 types of reasoning, and how to use them for each of our 2 logics. Truth tables, Boolean algebra, inference rules. We'll visit these topics in an interleaved manner. First, propositional logic, immediately, with its semantics, and 3 methods of reasoning for it, then first-order logic, and an in-depth look at its interpretations, and finally the methods of reasoning for first-order logic. We'll begin with a particular syntax propositional logic for the game of Waterworld. Before using this syntax to formally deduce safe moves. 1.3.2 Solutions to exercises in Chapter 1. Available under Creative Commons Sharealike 4.0 International License, http Creative Commons s.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Solution to exercise 1.1.1. The flaw is extremely hard to find. We won't actually give the solution, but here's a hint on how to go about attacking the puzzle. Note that finding the bug in the proof is the same skill as debugging a program. A good approach is to try various degenerate inputs. In this case, there are a couple of inputs to the construction. The length of CD is arbitrary, no matter how long or short. The proof should apply equally well. Similarly, the angle 100 seems arbitrary, fiddling with inputs like these, making them very small or very large, might give you some clues as to where the bug is. A very careful drawing will clear things up. Solution to exercise 1.3.1. This argument is or has been commonly used for varying topics. Marijuana, alcohol, all drugs, handguns, birth control, prostitution, encryption technology. 18. Download for free at https://383D4B8722D7B454E99FE2EAA43A8FF at 2020. The interesting part is that the traditional left and right political positions each use this argument for some of these items, while rejecting the argument when used for other items. A more rational response is to either accept all the above, or none of the above, or to realize that the stated argument wasn't everything that there might be implicit assumptions or arguments which actually do distinguish between these cases, the different interpretations of X. Being able to articulate the differences is essential. The more refined arguments may be more nuanced, and less able to fit into a sound bite, but lead to a better understanding of one's own values. And sometimes, upon reflection, one may realize that some of the implicit values or premises are things they actually disagree with, once they are precisely spelled out. Solution to exercise 1.3.2. 1. The argument isn't actually in syllogism form. For example, the following is an incorrect syllogism. 1. All people don't know my files password. Premise, equivalent to nobody knows my file's password, but reworded to be of the required form. All some things have some property. 2. All hackers are people. Premise. 3. Therefore, my file is secure from hackers. Incorrect syllogism, lines 1, 2. To be a syllogism, the conclusion would have to be all hackers don't know my file's password. The file might or might not be secure, but the above doesn't prove it. 2. One of the two premises is wrong. 19. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. 1. All people don't know my file's password. Premise, but possibly false. 2. All hackers are people. Premise, but possibly false. 3. Therefore, all hackers don't know my file's password. Syllogism, line 1, 2. This proof fails, of course, if some hackers are non-people, for example, programs, or if some people know the password. In fact, presumably you know the password. Of course, even if a proof fails, the conclusion might be true for other reasons. An incorrect argument doesn't prove the conclusion's opposite. 20. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. Chapter 2 Propositional Logic. 2.1 A formal vocabulary. 2.1.1 Propositions. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http Creative Commons s.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Recall examples of where we'd like proofs. Waterworld, is a certain location guaranteed safe? Type checking, does a program call functions in the proper way? Circuit verification, does a circuit always work as advertised? After seeing the reasons why proofs are important, we ended with a call for first needing a precise language for writing down statements without the ambiguity of English. Aside, might a programming language be a good way to specify formal concepts without ambiguity? Programming languages are usually motivated by specifying how to do something, implementation, rather than formally specifying what is being done, interface. While there is a deep relation between these two, logic is more appropriate for specifying the what. 2.1.1.1 A formal vocabulary. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http Creative Commons s.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Imagine an offer where, for a mere $6.99, you can get EE, FF or CF or OB or HB or CC, and PH and BR and gross or WB and PJ. Some fine print clarifies for us that BR includes T, we, WHE, RA, or HB, FT, HM, BB, BA, or CA, M, B with CR chapter, BB, grows from 6 to 11 a.m. Unfortunately, it's not clear at all how the N or S relate. Fundamentally, is X and Y or Z meant to be interpreted as X and Y, or Z, or as X and Y or Z? With some context, we might be able to divine what the author intended. The above offer is the direct translation from the menu of a local diner to 2 eggs, potatoes, French fries, cottage fries, O'Brien, or hashed brown, or cottage cheese and peach half, grits before 11 a.m., and choice of bread with gravy or whipped butter and premium jam. Bread choices include toast, white, wheat, raisin or herb, hot for tortillas. Homemade muffin, blueberry, banana or carrot, English muffin, bagel with cream. Cheese, homemade buttermilk biscuits. Grits available from 6 o'clock a.m. to 11 o'clock a.m. In a brazen display of understatement, this meal was called eggs alone. Even given context, this offer still isn't necessarily clear to everybody. Can I get both French fries and a peach half? Happily, coffee is available before having to decipher the menu. In this example, parentheses would have clarified how we should interpret and, or. But before we discuss how to connect statements, we will consider the statements themselves. 21. Download for free at https://contents/383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. Definition 2.1 Proposition. A statement which can be either true or false. Example: your meal will include hash browns. Definition 2.2 Propositional variable. A variable that can either be true or false, representing whether a certain proposition is true or not. Example: HB. We will often refer to propositional variables as just plain OL propositions, since our purpose in studying logic is to abstract away from individual statements and encapsulate them in a single variable, thereon only studying how to work with the variable. For a proposition or propositional variable X, rather than write X is true, it is more succinct to simply write X. Likewise, X is false is indicated as X. Aside, compare this with Boolean variables in a programming language. Rather than X == true, or X == false, it's idiomatic to instead write X or X. Observe that not all English sentences are propositions, since they aren't true/false. Issues. Which of the following do you think might qualify as propositions? If not, how might you phrase similar statements that are propositions? Crocodiles are smaller than alligators. What time is it? Pass the salt, please. Hopefully, the Rice Owls will win tomorrow's game. Mr. Burns is filthy rich. Fresca registered is the bee's knees. 2.1.1.1.1 A particular vocabulary for Waterworld. Available under Creative Commons Sharealike 4.0 International License, http Creative Commons. s.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. When playing Waterworld, what particular propositions are involved? To consider this, we think of a generic board, and wonder what the underlying statements are. They are statements like, location A contains a pirate, A, unsafe, location G has 2 adjacent pirates, G has 2, and so on. Each of these statements may be true or false, depending on the particular board in question. Here are all the Waterworld propositions, section 6.5, that we'll use. Remember that B, unsafe doesn't mean I'm not sure whether or not B is safe. Rather it means, B is unsafe, it contains a pirate. You may not be sure whether the truth of this proposition follows what you see, but in any given board the variable has one of 2 values, true or false. 22. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. Every Waterworld board has the same set of propositions to describe it: A, unsafe, B, has 2, etc. However, different boards will have different underlying values of those propositions. 2.1.1.1.2 Connectives. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http Creative Commons s.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Some statements in the above proof were simple. For example, the single proposition A has 2. Some statements had several parts, though, for example, F, unsafe and G, unsafe. We build these more complicated statements out of propositions. If you know both F, unsafe is false, and G, unsafe is false, what can you deduce about the truth of the statement, F, unsafe and G, unsafe? Clearly, it is also false. What about when F, unsafe is false, but G, unsafe is true? What about when both propositions are true? In fact, we can fill in the following table: A, B, false, 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 true, false, true, false, false, true, true, true. Table 2.1 Truth Table 4, N. Definition 2.3, Truth Table. A truth table for an expression has a column for each of its propositional variables. It has a row for each different true/false combination of its propositional variables. It has one more column for the expression itself, showing the truth of the entire expression for that row. Exercise 2.1.1.1. What do you think the truth table for A or B looks like? Hint: to fill out one row of the table, say, for A equal true and B equal false, ask yourself, for this row, is it true that A is true, or B is true? Exercise 2.1.1.2. The above proof also used sub-expressions of the form not B, unsafe. What is the truth table for not A? 23. Download for free at https://contents/383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. Exercise 2.1.1.3. What is the truth table for the expression, not A, or B? Definition 2.4, Connective. 1. The syntactic operator combining one or more logical expressions into a larger expression. Example. Two operators are and 2. A function with one or more Boolean inputs and a Boolean result, i.e., the meaning of a syntactic operator. Example. The meaning of and, for example, as described by their truth tables. Example. NAND, mnemonic, not and, written, takes in two Boolean values, A and B, and returns true exactly when A B is not true, that is, A B. A B. The following are the connectives we will use most often. At least some of these should already be familiar from Boolean conditional expressions. 24. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. Connective pronunciation meaning. Alternative pronunciations / notations. Not. A is false. A, N and B are both true. A asterisk B, B, A and B. A and B. Or at least one of A, B is true. A plus B, A, B, A, B implies equivalent to if A then B, A. Only if B, B if A, B is necessary for A is sufficient for B. Table 2.2 Connectives. Many other connectives can also be defined. In fact, it turns out that any connective for propositional logic can be defined in terms of those above. Example 2.1. Another connective is if and only if or IFF, written as AB, which is true when A and B have the same truth value. So, as its name implies, it can be defined as A, B, B, A. It is also commonly known as A is equivalent to B and A is necessary and sufficient for B. Exercise 2.1.1.4. Another connective is exactly one of, which is more traditionally called exclusive or XOR, since it excludes both A and B holding. Unlike the traditional inclusive OR. How would you define A XOR B in terms of the above connectives? 25. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. Note that the conventional AB is sometimes called inclusive OR, to stress that it includes the case where both A and B hold. In English, the word OR may sometimes mean inclusive OR, and other times mean exclusive OR, depending on context. Sometimes the term and OR is used to emphasize that the inclusive OR really is intended. Exercise 2.1.1.5. For each of the following English sentences, does OR mean inclusive OR exclusive OR? 1. Whether you are tired or lazy, caffeine is just the drug for you. 2. Whether you win $1 or lose $1, the difference in your net worth will be noticed. 3. If you own a house or a car, then you have to pay property tax. 4. Give me your lunch money, or you'll never see your precious happy ta again. 2.1.2 Formulas. 2.1.2.1 Well-formed formulas. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http Creative Commons s.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. If we want to develop complicated expressions about breakfast foods like eggs, hash browns, and so on, we will want an exact grammar telling us how to connect the propositions, what connections are allowed, and when parentheses are necessary, if at all. We will choose a grammar so that all our formulas are fully parenthesized. Definition 2.5 Well-formed formula, WFF. 1. A constant, true or false. If you prefer brevity, you can write T or F. 2. A propositional variable. Example. A. 3. A negation, where is a WFF? Example. C. 4. A conjunction, where N are WFFs. Example. A. C. 26. Download for free at https://383D4B8722D7B454E99FE2EAA43A8FF at 2020. 5. A disjunction, where N are WFFs. Example. C, A, C, or equivalently, C, A, C. 6. An implication, where N are WFFs. Example. C, A, C, B, or equivalently, C, A, C, B. The last two examples illustrate that we can add parentheses to formulas to make the precedence explicit. While some parentheses may be unnecessary, over parenthesizing often improves clarity. We introduced the basic connectives in the order of their precedence, has the highest precedence, while has the lowest. Furthermore, N group left to right, A, B, C, C, whereas groups right to left. Example 2.2. We can combine these ways of forming WFFs in arbitrarily complex ways, for example. While large WFFs are common, and we will use some ones with this much nesting are not. Note, and are metavariables standing for any WFF. The literal character doesn't actually show up inside some WFF, but instead, any particular formula can be used where we write. It is a variable which you, the reader, must substitute with some particular WFF, such as AB. Similarly, A, B, and C are metavariables to be replaced with a proposition, such as B. Variations of well-formed formulas occur routinely in writing programs. While different languages might vary in details of what connectives are allowed, how to express them, and whether or not all parentheses are required, all languages use WFFs. Example 2.3. When creating the homework's web pages, the authors keep the problems and solutions together in one file. Then, a program reads that file, and creates a new one which either excludes the solution for the problem set, or includes it for the solution set, and for practice problems. The condition for deciding whether to include the solutions is a WFF. 27. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. Is a solution, paragraph, Boolean. A function to tell if we are looking at a solution paragraph. Assume this is provided. Is in a practice prob, paragraph, Boolean. A function to tell if is the current problem a practice problem? Assume this is provided. Include all solutions, Boolean. A variable for the entire file. Assume this is provided. Show or hide soln, paragraph, paragraph. Either return the given paragraph, or, if it shouldn't be revealed, return a string saying so. Define, show or hide soln a para. If, and, is a solution, a para. Not, or include all solns. Is in a practice prob, a para. See solution set. A para. Note that the Boolean variable include all solutions and Boolean values of is a solution, a para, and is in a practice prob, a para, play the part of propositions, is soln, include solns, is practice, respectively. The ifs condition boils down to the WFF is soln, include solns is practice. Keep in mind that a WFF is purely a syntactic entity. We'll introduce rules later for writing or reasoning with WFFs, but it's those rules that will be contrived to preserve our meaning of connectives like or. The truth value of a WFF depends on the truth values we assign to the propositions it involves. When writing a program about WFFs, verifying syntactic property, calculating a value, counting the number of negations or BS, etc., such programs exactly follow the definition of WFF given. 2.1.2.2 Some formulas are truer than others. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Is the formula A unsafe? A has 2 true? Your response should be that it depends on the particular board in question. But some formulas are true regardless of the board. For instance, A unsafe, this holds no matter what. Similarly, A unsafe can never be satisfied, made true, no matter how you try to set the variable A unsafe. 28. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. Definition 2.6, Truth Assignment. An assignment of a value, true or false, to each proposition being used. Example. For the formula AAB, one possible truth assignment is A equal true and B equal false. With that truth assignment, the formula is false. Aside, we've used 3 different symbols to describe equality in some sense. AB is a formula. The symbol is a logical connective. Is a statement that 2 formulas are equivalent, that is, the same for all truth assignments. A equal true defines the value of a proposition. We also use the symbol for defining variables, B equal, and metavariables, equal. Of these, only occurs within a formula. Commonly, people use symbols such as for multiple purposes. This is problematic when part of what we are studying are the syntactic formulas themselves. Definition 2.7, Tautology. A WFF which is true under any truth assignment, any way of assigning true/false to the propositions. Example. A unsafe, A unsafe. Example. AB. Definition 2.8, Unsatisfiable. A WFF which is false under any truth assignment. Example. A unsafe, A unsafe. Example. A. Note that in algebra, there are certainly formulas which are true, or similarly, false, for all values, but they don't get special names. For example, over the real numbers, any assignment to x makes the formula x to 0 true, so it's similar to a tautology. Similarly, x equal x plus 1 is unsatisfiable, since it can't be made true for any assignment to x. 29. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. Some people use the term contingency to mean formulas in between, things which can be either true or false, depending on the truth assignment. Really, tautologies and unsatisfiable formulas are boring. However, trying to determine whether or not a formula is a tautology, or unsatisfiable, is of interest. That's what proofs are all about. Figure 2.1 Kinds of formulas, tautologies, contingencies, unsatisfiables. Identify the following Yogi Berra quotes either as tautologies, unsatisfiable, or neither. Take these exercises with a grain of salt, since the English statements are open to some interpretation. Exercise 2.1.2.1. Pitching always beats batting and vice versa. Exercise 2.1.2.2. You can observe a lot just by watching. Exercise 2.1.2.3. Nobody goes there anymore, it's too crowded. Exercise 2.1.2.4. It sure gets late early out here. Exercise 2.1.2.5. Always go to other people's funerals, otherwise they won't come to yours. 30. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. 2.1.2.3 Finding Truth. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http Creative Commons s.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Now that we've seen how to express concepts as precise formulas, we would like to reason with them. By reason, we mean some automated way of ascertaining or verifying statements, some procedure that can be carried out on an unthinking computer that can only push around symbols. In particular, for propositional logic, we'll restrict our attention to some closely related problems. Tautology. Given a formula, is it a tautology? Satisfiability. Give a formula, is it satisfiable? Is there some truth assignment to its variables that makes it true? EQUIV. Given two WFFs and, are they equivalent? Do they give the same result for all possible truth assignments to their variables? 2.1.2.4 Game-specific rules. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http Creative Commons s.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Is XYZ a tautology? Clearly not. Setting the three propositions each to false, the formula is false. But now consider, is A has 0, A has 1, A has 2 a tautology? The answer here is yes, of course. Well, as long we're interpreting those propositions to refer to a Waterworld board. We'll capture this notion by listing a bunch of domain axioms for Waterworld, formulas which are true for all Waterworld boards. There are a myriad of domain axioms which express the rules of Waterworld. Here are a few of them. A has 0, B safe, G safe. A has 2, B unsafe, G unsafe. A more complete list is here, section 6.5.2, the domain axioms, page 173. Whenever we deal with Waterworld, we implicitly take all these domain axioms as given. 2.2 Reasoning with truth tables. 2.2.1 Using truth tables. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http Creative Commons s.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Seeing how we can express some concepts as some formulas, and how some formulas are tautologies while others might be true or false depending on the truth assignment, we come to a question: how can we determine when a formula is a 31. Download for free at https://383D4B872D7B454E99FE2EAA43A8FF at 2020. Tautology. How can we tell if two different formulas are equivalent for all truth assignments? We'll look at three different methods of answering these questions. Reasoning with truth tables. Reasoning with truth tables, page 31. Reasoning with equivalences, propositional equivalences, page 36, and reasoning with inference rules, propositional inference rules, page 45. 2.2.1.1 Using truth tables. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0 Is associative? In other words, is A, B, C always equivalent to A, B, C? What is a methodical way of answering questions of this type? We can make a truth table. Definition: truth table, P19, with 2 output columns, one for each formula in question, and then just check whether those 2 columns are the same. Exercise 2.2.1.1 Use truth tables to show that A, B, C, and A, B, C aren't equivalent. Thus we see that truth tables are a method for answering questions of the form is formula equivalent to formula. We make a truth table, with a column for each of and just inspect whether the 2 columns always agree. A bit of a brute force solution, but certainly correct. What about the related question, is formula a tautology? Well, obviously truth tables can handle this as well. Make a truth table for the formula, and inspect whether all entries are true. For example, in the above problem, using truth tables, page 32. We could have made a truth table for the single formula A, B, C, A, B, C. The original question of equivalence becomes, is this new formula a tautology? The first approach is probably a tad easier to do by hand, though clearly the 2 approaches are equivalent. Another handy trick is to have 3 output columns. You're computing 1 4 equal A, B, C, 1 4 equal A, B, C, and 1 4. Filling out the first 2 helper columns makes it easier to FLL out the last column. Tip: when making a truth table for a large complicated WFF by hand, it's helpful to make columns for sub-WFFs. As you FLL in a row, you can use the results of one column to help you calculate the entry for a later column. 32. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. Exercise 2.2.1.2 Is it valid to replace the conditional int do something, int value1, int value2? Bool A equal, bool B equal. If A and B, return value1. Else if A/B, return value2. Else, return value1. With the conditional int do something, int value1, int value2. Bool A equal, bool B equal. If A and B // A and B, return value2. Else, return value1. After all, the latter seems easier to understand, since it has only 2 cases, instead of 3. So, how do we use truth tables to reason about Waterworld? Suppose you wanted to show that G safe was true on some particular board. Clearly a truth table with the single column G safe alone isn't enough, it would have only 2 rows false. and true and just sit there and stare at you. We need some way to incorporate both. The rules of Waterworld, propositional axioms for Waterworld, page 171, and the parts of the board that we could see. We can do that by starting with a huge formula that was the conjunction of all the Waterworld domain axioms, call it. We would encode the board's observed state with another formula. Using these, we can create the, rather unwieldy, formula that we're interested in, G, safe. Notice how this formula effectively ignores all the rows of the truth table that don't satisfy the rules, and the rows that don't correspond to the board we see, because of the semantics of, whenever is false, the overall formula, G, safe is true. 33. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. 2.2.2 The limitations of truth tables. 2.2.2.1 Are we done yet? Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http Creative Commons s.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Are we done with propositional logic, now that we can test for equivalence and tautologies, using truth tables? Possibly. Truth tables can answer any question about propositional logic, but not always conveniently. Consider the following code. Bool do something, int value. Bool A equal. Bool B equal. If A and B. Return true. Else if A and B. Return false. Else if A. Return A. Else if B. Return false. Else. Return true. Clearly, this is very ugly and should be simplified. But to what? We could build a truth table for the corresponding WFF, but so far we don't have any better way of finding a simpler equivalent formula than testing equivalence with whatever comes to mind. We need some way to generate formulas, given either an equivalent formula or a truth table. There is another practical difficulty with truth table, they can get unwieldy. Exercise 2.2.2.1. How many rows are there in a truth table with 2 input variables? 3 variables. 5 variables? 10 variables? N variables? 34. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. Exercise 2.2.2.2. Optional. Now, how many such Boolean functions are possible, with 2 inputs? With. For fun, sit down and name all the possible 2 input functions. You'll find that some of them are rather boring, such as the constant function true, and many are just permutations on. When discussing a circuit with 100 wires, each corresponding to a single proposition, truth tables are clearly infeasible. Modern processors have millions of wires and transistors. It is still an area of active research to cope with such a huge number of possibilities. The key idea is to break things down into small sections, prove things about the small sections, and hopefully have a small set of sentences formally capturing the interface between sections. So truth tables are intractable for analyzing circuits of more than a few wires. But will they suffice for answering water-world questions? Image A, large table with all the neighbor propositions. A has 0, B has 0, A has 1, B has 1. Now, determine which rows which entail be safe. To answer this, we end up looking at rows involving many clearly irrelevant propositions such as Z has 2. Aside, considering every possible board and then counting what proportion of boards entail be safe. This is the brute force definition of probability, since such truth tables enumerates all possible boards. It's like looking for probability 1 the brute force way. Also, this method of playing Waterworld via huge truth tables would be unsatisfying. For another reason, it doesn't actually reflect our own reasoning. As a general principle of programming, your program should always reflect how you conceive of the problem. The same applies to logic. Aside, consider the difference between using truth tables and actually reasoning. The philosopher Bertrand Russell trying to pin down what exactly constitutes knowledge, suggested that he knows that the last name of Britain's Prime Minister begins with a B. While Gordon Brown is Prime Minister, making Bertrand is correct. We hesitate to say he actually knows the fact he wrote his example when the Prime Minister was Arthur Balfour 1902 to 1905. So while he is correct in a truth table sense, his reasoning isn't, and we tend to say that he does not actually know the Prime Minister's last initial. So, no, we're not yet finished with propositional logic. We want to look for, hopefully, more feasible ways to determine whether a formula is a tautology, or whether two formulas are equivalent. As a clue, we'll try to discover methods which are based on the way we naively approach this. We'll look first at reasoning with equivalences, page 36, and then at propositional inference rules, page 45. 35. Download for free at https://383D4B8722D7B454E99FE2EAA43A8FF at 2020. 2.3 Reasoning with equivalences. 2.3.1 Propositional equivalences. 2.3.1.1 Propositional equivalences. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http Creative Commons s.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. What are the roots of x? 3. For x? Well, in high school algebra you learned how to deal with such numeric formulas. X 3 4 x equal x, x2 to 4, factor out x equal x, x2, x plus 2. The identity a 2 b 2 equal A plus B, AB, with A being X, and B being 2. This last expression happens to be useful since it is in a form which lets us read of the roots 0, plus 2, minus 2. The rules of algebra tell us that these three different formulas are all equivalent. In fact, our very definition of two formulas being equivalent is that for any value of x, the two formulas return the same value. We are distinguishing between syntax, the expression itself, as data, and semantics, what the expression means. Usually, when presented with syntax, one is supposed to bypass that and focus on its meaning, for example, reading a textbook. However, in logic and postmodern literature alike, we are actually studying the interplay between syntax and semantics. The general gist is that in each step, you rewrite subparts of your formula according to certain rules, replacing equals with equals. Well, we can use a similar set of rules about rewriting formulas with equivalent ones to answer the questions of whether two formulas are equal, or whether a formula is a tautology. George Boole was the first to realize that true and false are just values in the way that numbers are, and he first codified the rules for manipulating them, thus, Boolean algebra is named in his honor. Aside, the term algebra too comes from the values true, false and operators, having some very specific properties similar to those of numbers with times, plus 36. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. Figure 2.2 George Boole, 1815–1861. Again, each individual step consists of rewriting a formula according to certain rules. So, just what are the rules for manipulating Boolean values? We'll start with an example. Example 2.4. 1. A. False B. True. 2. False B. True dominance of false over 3b. True false commutatively of 4b. True. Identity element for is false. 5b. Identity element for is true. Thus we have a series of equivalent formulas, with each step justified by citing a propositional equivalences, page 165. By and large, the equivalences are rather mundane. A couple are surprisingly handy. Take a moment to consider De Morgan's laws. Try being leprechauns are green, and being Morgana Le Fay likes gold. Do these laws make sense for each of the four possible truth assignments? Augustus De Morganel was also an important figure in the formalization of logic. 37. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. Figure 2.3 Augustus De Morgan, 1806–1871. Here is another example. For a statement, the contrapositive of that formula is. We can show that a formula is equivalent to its contrapositive. 38. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454E99FE2EAA43A8FF at 2020. Example 2.5. 2. Definition of. 3. Commutativity of. 4. Double complementation. 5. Definition of. Table 2.3 Contrapositive. Don't confuse the contrapositive of a statement with the converse of a formula. The converse of is the formula. In general, a formula is not equivalent to its converse. This next example is actually a proof of one of the laws from the given list, using only others from the list. Example 2.6. 1. 2. True identity of. 3. True commutativity of. 4. True distributivity of, over. 5. True domicance of. 6. Identity of. Table 2.4 Absorption of. 39. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454E99FE2EAA43A8FF at 2020. Exercise 2.3.1.1. Show that the absorption of equivalence holds, given the other equivalences. I.e., show A, B, B, B. Compared to proofs using truth tables, Boolean algebra gives us much shorter proofs. But, determining which equivalence to use in the next step of a proof can be difficult. In this case, compare the solution for this exercise to the previous absorption proof. These two proofs have a special dual relationship described in the next section. Exercise 2.3.1.2. Show that the modus ponens rule, A, B, B always holds. I.e., show that it is a tautology, and thus equivalent to true. So, what would it mean to use Boolean algebra as reasoning for water world? That is, if you wanted to show that G safe was true. How would you do that using Boolean algebra? As with truth tables, we would take the conjunction of all the water world domain axioms, call it, and the board's observed state. We would then want to show that asserting G safe was already equivalent to the rules an observed state, G safe. 2.3.1.1.1 Duals, optional. Available under Creative Commons Sharealike 4.0 International License, http Creative Commons s.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Duals, a symmetry between, mediated by. Looking at the provided propositional equivalences, page 165, you should notice a strong similarity between those for and those for. Take any equivalence, swap S and S, swap trues and falses, and you'll have another equivalent cell. For instance, there are two favors of De Morgan's law, which are just duals of each other. Aside, in terms of circuit diagrams, we can change each AND gate to an OR gate and add negation bubbles to each gate's inputs and outputs. The principle of duality asserts that this operation yields an equivalent circuit. The idea of duality is more general than this. For example, polyhedra have a natural duall5 of interchanging the role of vertices and faces. 40. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. 2.3.2 Normal Forms. 2.3.2.1 CNF, DNF. Enough already. Available under Creative Commons Sharealike 4.0 International License, http Creative Commons s.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. In high school algebra, you saw that while x 3, 4x and x, x2, x plus 2, are equivalent. The second form is particularly useful in letting you quickly know the roots of the equation. Similarly, in Boolean algebra there are certain canonical normal forms which have nice properties. A formula in conjunctive normal form, or CNF, is the conjunction of CNF clauses. Each clause is a formula of a simple form, a disjunction of possibly negated propositions. Example 2.7. C, A, B is equivalent to A, C, B, C. This latter formula is in CNF, since it is the conjunction of disjunctions, and each disjunction consists only of propositions and negated propositions. Example 2.8. The conjunctions and disjunctions need not be binary. The following formula is also CNF. A, B, C, B, D, E, F. Note that its first clause is just one negated proposition. It is still appropriate to think of this as a disjunction, since another format, disjunctive normal form, or DNF, is the dual of conjunctive normal form. A DNF formula is the disjunction of DNF clauses, each a conjunction of possibly negated propositions. Example 2.9. A, B, C is equivalent to A, B, C, which is in DNF, 3 disjunctions, each being a clause with only one term. It also happens to be in CNF a single clause with 3 terms. It is also equivalent to the more fleshed out DNF formula, where we insist that each clause include all 3 variables. We end up with a formula that includes each possible clause except A, B, C, that is, the formula A, B, C, 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 A, B, C. 41. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. Aside, electrical engineering courses, coming from more of a circuit perspective, sometimes call CNF product of sums, and call DNF sum of products, based on being analogous to plus, asterisk. Any Boolean function can be represented in CNF and in DNF. One way to obtain CNF and DNF formulas is based upon the truth table for the function. A DNF formula results from looking at a truth table, and focusing on the rows where the function is true, as if saying I'm in this row, or in this row, or for. Each row where the function is true, form a conjunction of the propositions. For example, for the row where A is false, and B is true, form A, B. Now, form the disjunction of all those conjunctions. A CNF formula is the pessimistic approach, focusing on the rows where the function is false, I'm not in this row, and not in this row, and for each row where the function is false, create a formula for not in this row. For example, if in this row A is false and B is true, form A, B, then notice that by De Morgan's law, this is A, B, A disjunct. Now, form the conjunction of all those disjunctions. Example 2.10. ABC unknown function. False, 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 false. False, false, true, false. False, true, false, true. False, true, true, true. True, false, false, false. True, false, true, true. True, true, false, false. True, true, false, false. Table 2.5 Truth Table Example. For CNF, the false rows give us the following 5 clauses: A, B, C. A, B, C. A, B, C. 42. Download for free at https://383d4b8722d7b454E99FE2EAA43A8FF at 2020. A, B, C. A, B, C. And the full formula is the conjunction of these. Essentially, each clause rules out one row as being true. For DNF, the true rows give us the following 3 clauses: A, B, C. A, B, C. A, B, C. And the full formula is the disjunction of these. Essentially, each clause allows one row to be true. This shows that, for any arbitrarily complicated WFF, we can find an equivalent WFF in CNF or DNF. These provide us with 2 very regular and relatively uncomplicated forms to use. Exercise 2.3.2.1. The above example, example 2.10, produced CNF and DNF formulas for a Boolean function, but they are not the simplest such formulas. For fun, can you find simpler ones? 2.3.2.1.1 Notation for DNF, CNF. Available under Creative Commons Sharealike 4.0 International License, http Creative Commons s.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Sometimes you'll see the form of CNF and DNF expressed in a notation with subscripts. DNF is II, where each clause I is JJ, where each is a propositional variable, prop, or a negation of one prop. CNF is II, where each clause I is JJ, where each is again a propositional variable, prop, or a negation of one prop. For example, in the CNF formula, A, B, C, A, B, we have 2 equal A. B, C. Within that clause we have 1 equal A. One question this notation brings up: what is the disjunction of a single clause? Well, it's reasonable to say that. Note that this is also equivalent to false. What is the disjunction of 0 clauses? Well, if we start with false and remove the, that leaves us with false. Alternately, imagine writing a function which takes a list of booleans, and returns the of all of them the natural base case for this recursive list processing program turns out to be false. Indeed, this is the accepted definition of the empty disjunction. It follows from false being the identity element for. Correspondingly, a conjunction of zero clauses is true. 43. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. Actually, that subscript notation above isn't quite correct. It forces each clause to be the same length, which isn't actually required for CNF or DNF. For fun, you can think about how to patch it up. Hint: double subscripting. Note that often one of these forms might be more concise than the other. Here are two equivalently verbose ways of encoding true, in CNF and DNF respectively. A, B, Z, Z, is equivalent to A, B, C, Y, Z, A, B, C, Y, Z, A, B, C, Y, Z, A, B, Y, Z. The first version corresponds to enumerating the choices for each location of a Waterworld board. It has 26 two-variable clauses. This may seem like a lot, but compare it to the second version, which corresponds to enumerating all possible Waterworld boards. Explicitly, it has all possible 26 variable clauses. There are 64 billion of them. 2.3.3 Soundness and completeness. 2.3.3.1 Are we done yet? Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. We have shown procedures, using both truth tables and equivalences, for solving two different logic problems. Equivalents show whether or not two WFFs and are equivalent, the same, under any truth assignment. Tautology show whether or not a given WFF is a tautology, true under all truth assignments. Exercise 2.3.3.1. Which of these two logic problems seems harder than the other? That is, suppose you have a friend who can solve any equivalence problem efficiently. But you want to open a business which will solve any tautology problem efficiently. Can you open your business and, by subcontracting out specific equivalence problems to your friend, really solve any tautology problem brought to you? This question is sometimes phrased as does tautology reduce to equivalence? Or does it work the other way, does equivalence reduce to tautology? But we have a more fundamental question to ask, about the method of using Boolean algebra, propositional equivalences, to prove something. Where does the initial list of allowable equivalences come from, and how do we know they're valid? The answer is easy. Each equivalence can be verified by a truth table. 44. Download for free at https://383D4B872D7B454E99FE2EAA43A8FF at 2020. Exercise 2.3.3.2. Using a truth table, show the validity of conjunctive redundancy. This is called soundness of Boolean algebra, if, using our propositional equivalence rules, we derive that n are equivalent, then truly they are equivalent. By the way, there is one subtle point. Our truth table tells us that A, B and B are equivalent. But then suddenly we generalize this to saying that for any formulas and n are also equivalent. What lets us justify that step? It's because any given formula will be either true or false, so we can reduce the entire formula to a single true/false proposition. Is Boolean algebra enough? Does our list of allowable propositional equivalences include everything you'll need? That is, could I have asked as a homework problem to show some two formulas equivalent, using Boolean algebra, and even though they really are equivalent, there aren't enough rules on our list to let you finish the homework? Good question. The property we desire here is called the completeness of Boolean algebra. Any equivalence which is true can be proved. It turns out that, given any two formulas which really are equivalent, Boolean algebra is indeed sufficiently powerful to show that. Put both formulas into CNF, or DNF. If the truth tables are equal, then the CNF formulas will be equal. Well, there are a few details to take care of. You have to order the clauses alphabetically, eliminate any duplicate clauses, and include all variables in each clause. This might be tedious, but not difficult. Thus, Boolean algebra is complete, since we state without proof. This procedure can always be carried out. The concepts of soundness and completeness can be generalized to any system. Definition 2.9, Soundness. If the system claims to prove something is true, it really is true. Definition 2.10, Completeness. If something really is true, the system is capable of proving it. 2.4 Reasoning with inference rules. 2.4.1 Propositional inference rules. 2.4.1.1 Inference. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http Creative Commons s.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Truth tables and equivalences are useful and powerful tools, but they do not correspond to how we usually reason about things. What we will do now is look at more familiar reasoning and how to formalize that. For example, with Boolean algebra. 45. Download for free at https://383D4B872D7B454E99FE2EAA43A8FF at 2020. It is awkward to prove that AB implies A. For that, it is necessary to reword the problem in terms of equivalences, as A be A true Our next tool provides a more straightforward way to reason about implications. Example 2.11. Given the following piece of a Waterworld board, how would you conclude that G is unsafe? Figure 2.4. A glimpse of a Waterworld board. Since H has 2, at least 2 of H's 3 neighbors must be unsafe. But, since we know that one of these, J, isn't unsafe, then the 2 others, including G, must both be unsafe. Let's write this out more explicitly. 46. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. 1. H has 2 would imply one of the following is true. P, unsafe, and G, unsafe, or J, unsafe, and P, unsafe, or G, unsafe, and J, unsafe. Waterworld domain. Axiom, i.e., definition of H has 2. 2H has 2 is true. Premise, by inspection of this particular board. 3. One of the following is true. P, unsafe, and G, unsafe, or J, unsafe, and P, unsafe, or G, unsafe, and J, unsafe. Lines 1, 2. 4. Not J, unsafe. Premise, by inspection. 5. P, unsafe, and G, unsafe. Lines 3, 4. 6. G, unsafe. Line 5. U. A lot of small steps are involved in even this small deduction. It's apparent we'd want to automate this as much as possible. Let's look at some other short examples, which we'll formalize in a moment. Exercise 2.4.1.1. How do you know that A has 2 proves B unsafe? Exercise 2.4.1.2. Similarly, how do you reason that A has 1 and G safe prove B unsafe? 47. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. 2.4.1.1.1 Formal inference rules and proofs. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. In the above examples, we relied on common sense to know what new true formulas could be derived from previous ones. Unfortunately, common sense is imprecise and sometimes wrong. So, we need to formalize how we form proofs. We now define a formal proof of from the premises, written. A proof with no premises simply means there is nothing on the left of the turnstile. For example, we'll show shortly that H has 2 FG unsafe. A proof consists of a sequence of WFFs, each with a justification for its truth. We will describe 4 permissible justifications for each step. A premise, an axiom, an inference rule, A subproof. Aside, officially we might want to annotate the turnstile with WW, to mean, proves. Within the water world inference system, indicating our use of the water world. Domain axioms. If you're proving things about other domains, you'd use different domain axioms. Example 2.12. We can formalize the above examples to show each of the following. See below for formal proofs of some of these. Stating an axiom, a simple assumed truth, is a rather trivial, boring way of coming up with a true formula. Some axioms are domain axioms, they pertain only to the domain you are considering, such as water world. In our case, we don't have any axioms that aren't domain axioms. If our domain were arithmetic, our axioms would describe how multiplication distributes over addition, etc. Just using axioms is not enough, however. The interesting part is to deduce new true formulas from axioms and the results of previous deductions. Note, the point of philosophy is to start with something so simple as not to seem worth stating, and to end with something so paradoxical that no one will believe it. Bertrand Russell, The Philosophy of Logical Atomism. 48. Download for free at https://383D4B8722D7B454E99FE2EAA43A8FF at 2020. An inference rule formalizes what steps are allowed in proofs. We'll use this list of valid inference rules, propositional inference rules, page 166, as our definition, but this is just one set of possible inference rules, and other people could use slightly different ones. First, let's look at some simple examples, using the simpler inference rules. Example 2.13. We'll formalize a previous exercise, exercise 2.4.1.1, to show 1a has 2 premise. 2a has 2. b unsafe, f unsafe. Water world domain action. 3b unsafe, f unsafe. Elim, lines 1, 2, where equal a has 2, and equal b unsafe, f unsafe. 4b unsafe. Elim, left, line 3, where equal b unsafe, and equal f unsafe. What we mean in line 3, for example, is that we are using the domain axiom Elim. That states that if we know, and we know, then we can conclude. In line 3, we have defined equal a has 2 and equal b unsafe, f unsafe, so that corresponds to the conclusion of line 2 and corresponds to that of line 1. Thus, this domain axiom applies, and we get the conclusion. That's almost exactly like the steps we took in the previous informal proof, but now we're a bit pickier about our justifications for each step. Formally, when using a domain axiom, the justification is a combination of the name of that inference rule, the line numbers of which previous WFFs are being used, and a description of how those WFFs are used in that inference rule in this particular step. Later, we'll often omit the description of exactly how the specific inference rule is used. since in many cases, that information is painfully obvious. 49. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. Example 2.14. In this system, commutativity of and are not among the inference rules. However, they do follow. For example, consider the following proof of 1a, b premise. 2a alim, left, line 1, where equal a. 3b alim, right, line 1, where equal b. 4b a intro, lines 3, 2, where equal b, and equal a. Does this example 2.14, also show that? Well, yes and no. That proof does not have anything to do with propositions C and D. But, clearly, we could create another nearly identical proof for by substituting C and D for A and B, respectively. What about proving the other direction of commutativity? Once again, the proof has exactly the same form, but substituting B and A for A and B, respectively. Stating such similar proofs over and over is technically necessary, but not very interesting. Instead, when the proof depends solely on the form of the formula and not on any axioms, we'll use metavariables to generalize. Example 2.15. Generalized commutativity. 1. Premise. 2. Alim, left, line 1, where equal. 3. Alim, right, line 1, where equal. 4. Intro, lines 3, 2, where equal. 50. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. Exercise 2.4.1.3. Similarly, associativity of and are not among the inference rules. This is a particularly important detail, since our water-world domain axioms frequently use formulas of the form ABC, which isn't technically legal according to our definition of WFFs. What we'd like to show is that and, as well as the equivalent for. Thus, when we see 3, 4, or more terms in a conjunction, or disjunction, we can legitimately group them as we see fit. These deductions are straightforward and should be unsurprising, but perhaps not too interesting. These simple rules can carry us far and will be used commonly in other examples. Example 2.16. The case elimination rule is easy enough for a dog. Rico has a vocabulary of over 200 words, and if asked to fetch an unknown toy, he can pick it out of a group of known toys by process of elimination. It's almost enough to make you wonder whether dogs know calculus. Figure 2.5. This border collie knows his inference rules. There is a subtle difference between implication and provenance-ability, F. Both embody the idea that the truth of the right-hand side follows from the left-hand side, but is A syntactic formula connective combining two WFFs into a larger WFF, while F combines a list of propositions and a WFF into a statement about provenance-ability. 51. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454E99FE2EAA43A8FF at 2020. Exercise 2.4.1.4. Show that is equivalent to. In that, we can show one if and only if we can show the other. 2.4.2 Using subproofs. 2.4.2.1 Subproofs. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http Creative Commons s.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. The reductio ad absurdum, RA, Latin for reduction to absurdity, seems very strange. If we can prove that false is true, then we can prove the negation of our premise. What on earth does it mean to prove that false is true? This is known as proof by contradiction. We start by making a single unproven assumption. We then try to prove that false is true. Clearly, that it nonsense, so we must have done something wrong. Assuming we didn't make any mistakes in the individual inference steps, then the only thing that could be wrong is the assumption. It must not hold. Therefore, we have just proven its negation. This form of reasoning is often expressed via contrapositive. Consider the slogan. If you paid list price, you didn't buy it at Super Megamart. This is a contrapositive, because the real statement the advertisers want to make is that if you buy it at Super Megamart, then you won't pay list price, which we'll abbreviate pay full BOTATSM. You know this slogan is true, and you just made a Super Megamart purchase, BOTATSM, and are suddenly wanting a proof that you got a good deal. Well, suppose we didn't. That is, suppose pay full. Then by the truth of the marketing slogan, we infer BOTATSM. But this contradicts BOTATSM, that is, from BOTATSM and BOTATSM together we can prove that false is true. The problem must have been our pessimistic assumption. Pay full, clearly that couldn't have been true, and we're happy to know that pay full. 52. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454E99FE2EAA43A8FF at 2020. Example 2.17. Spot the proof by contradiction used in The Simpsons. Bart, fling through the school records, "Hey, look at this, Skinner. Makes $25,000 per year." Other kids, "Woo-woo. Milhouse, and he's 40 years old, that makes him a millionaire." Skinner, indignantly, "I wasn't a principal when I was one." Milhouse, and he paints houses during the summer, he's a billionaire. Skinner, "If I were a billionaire, would I still be living with my mother?" Kids' laughter. Skinner, to himself, "The kids just aren't responding to logic anymore." In the particular set of inference rules we have chosen to use, RA is surprisingly Important. It is the only way to prove formulas that begin with a single. 53. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. Example 2.18. We'll prove 1a. Premise 4. Subproof 1b. Elim. Left line 1a, where equal and equal 1c. Elim. Right line 1a, where equal and equal 1d. False intro lines 1b, 1c, where equal 2. Raw line 1, where equal. Exercise 2.4.2.1. Here's another relatively simple example which uses raw. Show that the modus tollens rule holds. Another use of subproofs is to organize proofs presentations. Many proofs naturally break down into larger subparts, each with its own intermediate conclusion. These steps between these subparts are big enough to correspond to our intuition, but too big to correspond to individual inference rules. This gives additional useful structure to a proof, aiding our understanding. 54. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. Example 2.19. Previously, we showed that n commutes, example 2.14. However, that conclusion is only directly applicable when the is at the top level, i.e., not nested inside some other connective. Here, we'll show that commutes inside, or more formally. Caution: when doing inference-style proofs, we will not use the Boolean algebra laws nor replace subformulas with equivalent formulas. Conversely, when doing algebraic proofs, don't use inference rules while theoretically it's acceptable to mix the two methods. For homeworks we want to make sure you can do the problems using either method alone, so keep the two approaches separate. We'll do two proofs of this to illustrate that there's always more than one way to prove something. In our first proof, we'll use raw y. Looking at our desired conclusion, what could be the last inference rule used in the proof to reach the conclusion? By the shape of the formula, the last step can't use any of the introduction inference rules: intro, 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 false intro, or intro. We could potentially use any of the elimination inference rules. But, for Elim, 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 or case Elim, we would first have to prove some more complicated formula to obtain our desired conclusion. That seems somewhat unlikely or unnecessary. For false Elim, we'd have to first prove false, i.e., obtain a contradiction, but our only premise isn't self-contradictory. The only remaining option is raw 1. Premise 2. Subproof. 2a. Premise for subproof. 2b. Theorem, commutes, example. 2.14, line 2a. 2c. False intro, lines 1, 2b. 3. Raw, line 2. The proof above uses a subproof because it is necessary for the use of raw. In contrast, the proof below uses two subproofs simply for organization. For our second proof, let's not use raw directly. Our plan is as follows. 55. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454E99FE2EAA43A8FF at 2020. Assume the premise. Again, use commutativity to show that. Use modus tollens, exercise 2.4.2.1, to obtain the conclusion. We can organize the proof into corresponding subparts. 1. Premise. 2. Subproof. 2a. Theorem. Statement. Commutes. Example. 2.14. 2b. Intro. Line 2a. 3. Subproof. 3a. Theorem. Statement. Modus tollens. Exercise 2.4.2.1. 3b. Intro. Line 3a. 3c. Intro. Lines 2, 1. 3d. Elim. Lines 3b, 3c. 56. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454E99FE2EAA43A8FF at 2020. 2.4.2.2 More examples. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http Creative Commons s.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Now let's use these rules in a couple larger proofs, to show some more interesting results. Example 2.20. Let's redo the first example, example 2.11, proof formally and show. The inference rules we used informally above don't correspond exactly to those in our definition, so the formal proof is more complicated. 1. H has 2, P, unsafe G, unsafe J. Unsafe P, unsafe G, unsafe J, unsafe. Water world. Axiom. Choosing a grouping of the ternary as just E fed by commutativity. Example 2.14. 2H has 2, J safe premise. 3H has 2. Elim, left. Line 2. 4. P unsafe G, unsafe J, unsafe P. Unsafe G, unsafe J, unsafe. Elim, lines 1, 3. 5J, safe. Elim, right. Line 2. 6J, safe, J, unsafe. Water world. Axiom. 7J, unsafe. Elim, lines 5, 6. 57. Download for free at https://383D4B872D7B454E99FE2EAA43A8FF at 2020. 8AG Unsafe J Unsafe. Premise 4. Subproof. 8BJ Unsafe. Alim, right. Line 8A. 8C False. False intro. Line 7, 8B. 9G Unsafe J Unsafe, raw, line 8. 10. P Unsafe G Unsafe J Unsafe P. Unsafe. Case Alim. Right, lines 4, 9. 11 Subproof, J Unsafe P Unsafe F False. 11 AJ Unsafe P Unsafe. Premise 4. Subproof. 11 BJ Unsafe. Alim, left. Line 11A. 11C False. False intro. Line 7, 11B. 12, J Unsafe P Unsafe, raw, line 11. 13 P Unsafe G Unsafe. Case Alim. Right, lines 10, 12. 14 G Unsafe. Alim, right. Line 13. Wow. This formalization is a lot longer than the original informal proof. That's a result of the particular set of inference rules we are using, that we can only make inferences. 58. Download for free at https://383D4B872D7B454E99FE2EAA43A8FF at 2020. In small steps. Also, here we were pickier about the distinction between not safe and unsafe. Example 2.21. The previous example, example 2.20, is a perfect candidate for adding structure to the proof by using additional subproofs. The following is more similar to the original informal proof, example 2.11. Note also that subproofs can have their own subproofs. 59. Download for free at https://383D4B872D7B454E99FE2EAA43A8FF at 2020. 1. H has 2, P unsafe G unsafe J unsafe. P unsafe G unsafe J unsafe. Waterworld. Axiom. Choosing a grouping of the ternary as justified by commutativity. Example 2.14. 2. 2AH has 2 J safe premise. 2BH has 2 Alim, left. Line 2A. 3. P unsafe G unsafe J unsafe P unsafe. G unsafe J unsafe. Alim, lines 1, 3, 4. 4AH has 2 J safe premise. 4BJ safe. Alim, right. Line 4A. 4CJ safe J unsafe. Waterworld. Axiom. 4DJ unsafe. Alim, lines 4B, 4C. 5. 5A. 5aig unsafe j unsafe. Premise 4. Subproof. 5aij unsafe. Elim, right. Line 5a1. 5aii false. False intro. Lines 4, 5a2. 5b, g unsafe, j unsafe, raw, line 5a. 5c. P unsafe, G unsafe, J unsafe, P unsafe. Case Elim. Right, lines 3, 5b. 5d. 60. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. 5dij unsafe p unsafe. Premise 4. Subproof. 5diij unsafe. Elim, left. Line 5a1. 5dii false. False intro. Lines 4, 5d2. 5e, j unsafe, p unsafe, raw, line 5d. 5fp unsafe, g unsafe. Case Elim. Right, lines 5c, 5e. 6g unsafe. Elim, right. Line 5. A standard way of presenting proofs is by using lemmas to show parts of the proofs. Lemmas are simply formulas which we prove not as an end result, but as intermediate steps in a larger proof. So, they are simply another way of presenting subproofs. Example 2.22. Figure 2.6 Example Waterworld Board. 61. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. Consider the above figure, figure 2.6. We'll show B has 1, G has 1, J has 1 FK unsafe. We'll do this through the following series of lemmas. Lemma A, Lemma B, Lemma C, Lemma D, Lemma E, Lemma F. First, we'll show the main proof, assuming each of the lemmas. Then, proofs of each of the lemmas will follow. 62. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. 1. B has 1, G has 1, J has 1. Premise. 2b has 1 Elim, left, line 1. 3g has 1, J has 1. Elim, right, line 1. 4g has 1 Elim, left, line 3. 5j has 1 Elim, right, line 3. 6. 6a unsafe. Premise 4. Subproof. 6bh unsafe. Lemma A, lines 6a, 4. 6cc unsafe. Lemma B, lines 6a, 2. 6d false. Lemma C, lines 6b, 6c, 5. 7a unsafe raw, line 6. 8c safe Lemma D, line 7, 2. 9h, safe lemma e, line 7, 3. 10k, unsafe. Lemma f, lines 8, 9, 5. And that's the desired proof. Now it just remains to show each of the 6 lemmas. Lemma A 63. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. 1a. Unsafe premise. 2g. Has one premise. 3. 3a. Unsafe h safe. Premise 4. Subproof. 3b. Unsafe elim. 3c. False. False intro. Lines 1, 3b. 4. A. Unsafe h safe, raw, line 3. 5. G has 1 A safe h unsafe A. Unsafe h safe. Waterworld. Axiom. 6 A safe h unsafe A unsafe h safe. Elim. Lines 5, 2. 7 A unsafe h safe A safe h unsafe. Theorem. Commutes. Line 6. 8a safe h unsafe. Case elim. Lines 4, 7. 9h unsafe. Elim. Right, line 8. Lemma B 64. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. 1a. Unsafe premise. 2b. Has one premise. 3. 3a. Unsafe c safe. Premise 4. Subproof. 3b. Unsafe. Elim. Left, line 3a. 3c. False. False intro. Lines 1, 3b. 4. A. Unsafe c safe, raw, line 3. 5. B has 1 A safe C unsafe A unsafe. C safe. Waterworld. Axiom. 6 A safe C unsafe A unsafe C safe. Elim. Lines 5, 2. 7 A unsafe C safe A safe C unsafe. Theorem. Commutes. Line 6. 8 A safe C unsafe. Case elim. Lines 4, 7. 9 C unsafe. Elim. Right, line 8. Proving the other lemmas is left as an exercise to the reader. Note that we took a little shortcut, we used the lemmas as if they were inference rules. According to our previous definition of proofs, we technically should present the lemma as a subproof and then use an inference rule or two to show how that applies. As we've done in previous examples. This shorter form is common practice and much easier to read. In summary, we must state one of the following 4 possible reasons for each step in a proof, allowing subproofs. This step's WFF is a premise. This step's WFF is an axiom. This step's WFF follows from a inference rule applied to previous steps' WFFs. The reason includes a statement of which inference rule is used and how. This steps WFF follows from a subproof, where that subproof may temporarily introduces additional premises. The reason includes the entire subproof. When that subproof has been shown elsewhere, such as in class or another exercise, it 65. Download for free at https://383D4B8722D7B454E99FE2EAA43A8FF at 2020. May simply be cited, for brevity. Of course, subproofs may have additional embedded subproofs, in turn. Technically, when using subproofs, one must be careful to rename variables, to avoid clashes. Rather than formalize this notion, we'll leave it as obvious. 2.4.3 The soundness and completeness of inference rules. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http Creative Commons s.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. The folly of mistaking a paradox for a discovery, a metaphor for a proof, a torrent of verbiage for a spring of capital truths, and oneself for an oracle, is inborn in us. Paul Valery, poet and philosopher, 1871 to 1945. Throughout this discussion, we've implicitly assumed that if we've proven something, it must be true. But we should be careful. What if one of those listed inference rule isn't always valid? What if we introduced a new rule? Sure, you'd probably balk if we proposed something silly like ABA, or even more degenerately false. But what about some more reasonable sounding rule? What if our new rule introduces an inconsistency, when combined with the other rules in a some complicated way? In fact, are we absolutely certain that this can't already happen with the inference rules? We have. This brings us back to the questions of soundness and completeness, page 44, of a proof system. Fortunately, the system presented here is both sound and complete, though proving this is beyond our current scope. However, we can rest assured that for propositional logic, what we can prove really does correspond entirely to what is true. Exercise 2.4.3.1. If we omitted the raw inference rule, would this new system be sound? Would it be complete? 2.4.4 Proofs and Programming. 2.4.4.1 Proofs and Programming. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http Creative Commons s.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Proofs are organized a lot like programs. Based on some premises, inputs, we obtain some conclusion, output, after using a series of inference rules, basic computation, like addition and other operations. Using subproofs, especially when citing previous proofs, is just like organizing our program into functions that can be used many times. Naturally, since using inference rules is not only how people prove things, but also computers. A clear example is in type checking. The core idea of type checking a Function application is if function f takes an argument of type and producing an output of type, an expression exp is of type, then f exp is of type. This type rule closely resembles LEM, if a proven formula is AB and other proven formula. 66. Download for free at https://383D4B872D7B454E99FE2EAA43A8FF at 2020. Is A, then together, B is a proven formula. Furthermore, this similarity is highlighted by notation in many programming languages which would write the type of f as. Type rules are simply inference rules for proving results about the types of programs. And in most typical programming languages these rules closely correspond to those we are using for logic. This correspondence is known as the Curry-Howard isomorphism. As with logic, we want type checkers to be sound and complete. Soundness here means that if the program passes type checking, when we execute the program, or single function, and get a value, that value is of the stated type. In other words, if our program type checks, then we are guaranteed that some kinds of errors will not happen at runtime. That also means that if our program would have a runtime type error, the type checker will correctly report that our program is erroneous. Completeness here means that if we execute the program, or single function, and get a value of a certain type, then our type checker indeed tells us that type. Note that type checking is still an area of active research, since the job is made difficult in the presence of language features such as inheritance, multiple inheritance, dynamic class loading, etc. When people introduce new computer languages with new features, and want to claim that their new language is type-safe, that no function ever will be applied to the wrong type at runtime, then the paper which introduces the language will contain such a proof. 2.4.5 Conclusions. 2.4.5.1 Are we done yet? Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. These inference rules may seem limited, and you may have some more general ones in mind. Soon, we'll see additional inference rules in the context of first-order logic, which will give us a richer set of proofs. In general, a hard problem is finding a language that is both expressive enough to describe the domain succinctly, but also limited enough to automate reasoning. This is a very practical issue in type checking and other program analysis. While it can be easy to find some program errors automatically, it is very difficult or impossible to guarantee that you can find all errors of some specific kind, like type errors. One thing we would like to eliminate is the need, at least technically, to restate structurally identical proofs, as discussed for commutativity, example 2.14. We will be able to add the idea of generalizing such proofs directly into the logic and inference rules. Despite the desire for more flexible reasoning, we'd also like to consider whether we have more inference rules than are necessary. Are some of them redundant? This is similar to the software rule that we should have a single point of control, or the similar idea that libraries should provide exactly one way of doing something. In general, this is not easy to ensure. We have shown that some potential additional inference rules, like commutativity and associativity, weren't necessary. But we haven't shown our 67. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. Core inference rules to be minimal. What do you think? See the homework exercise. Problems on the redundancy of knot elimination, exercise February 6, 16, knot introduction. Exercise February 6, 17, and case elimination, exercise February 6, 18. 2.4.5.2 Distinctness of the approaches, optional. Available under Creative Commons Sharealike 4.0 International License, http Creative Commons s.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. You might be wondering, can we use propositional equivalences as axioms when using inference rules? The short answer is no. First, Boolean equivalences are pairs of formulas, whereas axioms are individual formulas. Second, none of our inference rules mention equivalences. However, let's reword the question: could we use propositional equivalences when using inference rules? It would make sense to add an inference rule to allow this. One possibility would be an inference rule that turns an equivalence into an implication: if we know, then we know. Another possibility would be an inference rule that allows us to substitute equivalence subterms, as we do in equivalence proofs: if we know and then we know, i.e., except with instances of replaced by. With either, we would also have to allow equivalence proofs as subproofs or lemmas in inference proofs. Traditionally, and in our presentation, we do not combine equivalences and inference rules in any such way. The disadvantage of combining them is that instead of two relatively simple proof systems, you would have one more complicated proof system. It would be harder to learn all that you could do in such a system, and for theorists, it would be harder to prove things such as soundness and completeness for the combined system. In learning and describing proofs, it is best to keep them separate. However, the advantage would be shorter proofs. When using the combined system, you'd have flexibility to use whichever technique suited the current step best. In practice, people commonly combine these and other proof techniques. 2.5 Exercises for Propositional Logic I. Available under Creative Commons Sharealike 4.0 International License, http Creative Commons s.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Please write logic formulas using the syntax previously defined, using false, or for brevity, f, true, or t, and except where directed, use only these connectives. Aside, you can download Waterworld if you like. At Rice University, Waterworld is installed on Owlnet, in iHomecomp 280 Ibn Waterworld. 68. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. 2.5.1 Propositional Logic. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http Creative Commons s.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Exercise 2.5.1. Your friend Tracy argues, it is bad to be depressed. Watching the news makes me feel depressed. Thus, it's good to avoid watching the news. Regardless of whether the premises and conclusion are true, show that the argument is not, by showing it doesn't hold for all domains. Replace depressed and watching news with expressions which leave the premises true, but the conclusion false, or at least, what most reasonable people would consider false. Exercise 2.5.2. An acquaintance says the following to you: Chris claims knowledge is more important than grades. But she spent yesterday doing an extra credit assignment which she already knew how to do. Therefore, she's a hypocrite and deserves no respect. Regardless of whether the premises and conclusion are true, show that the argument is not, by showing it doesn't hold for all domains. Replace knowledge and grades with expressions which give you true premises, but a false conclusion, or at least, what most reasonable people would consider false. Note: exaggerate knowledge to something more important, and grades to something less important. Exercise 2.5.3. While the following argument may sound plausible initially, give a particular situation where the conclusion doesn't hold, even though the premises do. Then, in a sentence or two, sketch why your counterexample may still represent rational behavior by pointing out a real-world subtlety that the initial argument ignored. 1. If a certain outfit meets a dress code, then pet FOTCE all less revealing outfits also meet that dress code. 2. In public transportation projects, out of two alternatives, the cheaper one which gets the job done is the better choice. 69. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. Exercise 2.5.4. Choose just one of the following informal arguments. While the argument sounds plausible initially, give a particular situation where the conclusion doesn't hold, even though the premises do. Then, briefly state why your counterexample may still represent rational behavior by pointing out a real-world subtlety that the initial argument ignored. 1. Cell phone. Talking on a cell phone while driving increases the likelihood of an accident. Interestingly, hands-free phones do not significantly help to 9. It's just the distraction of a phone conversation that causes the problem. 2. Equivalent products if two companies offer two materially equivalent products, then most everybody will buy the cheaper one. 3. Service in a free market, if a company doesn't offer good service, individual customers will become fed up and take their business elsewhere. 4. Web browser, if there are two versions of a free web browser, and they run equally quickly, users will use the one with better featurist interface. 5. Door locking, anybody who really wants to break into your house while you're gone will be able to. For instance, using a towel to muff sound, break the corner of a back window, reach in and unlatch the window, and climb through. So there's no point in locking your front door. Exercise 2.5.5. Let P, Q, and R be the following propositions. P, you get an A on the final exam. Q, you do every exercise in the book. R, you get an A in this class. Write the following formulas using P, Q, and R and logical connectives. 1. You get an A in this class, but you do not do every exercise in the book. 2. To get an A in this class, it is necessary for you to get an A on the final. 3. Getting an A on the final and doing every exercise in the book is sufficient for getting an A in this class. 70. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. Exercise 2.5.6. Translate the following English sentences into propositional logic. Your answers should be WFFs. 1. If the Astros win the series, then pigs will fly, PF. 2. Pigs will not fly, and your bacon will be free, boldface. 3. The Astros will win the series, or bacon will be free, but not both. Exercise 2.5.7. It just so happens that all the web pages in Logiconia which contain the word Poppins also contain the word Mary. Write a formula, a query, expressing this. Use the proposition Poppins to represent the concept the web page contains Poppins, and similar for Mary. Exercise 2.5.8. If a Logiconian page contains the word weasel, then it also contains either words or id, and whenever a Logiconian page contains the word mongoose, it does not also contain the word weasel, and finally, all Logiconian pages contain the word Logiconia, rather patriotically. Write a formula expressing all this. Your formula will involve 5 propositions, weasel, words. Try to find a formula which mirrors the wording of the English above. Given the above statements, if a web page in Logiconia does not contain weasel, does it contain mongoose? Let's go meta for a moment. Is this web page Logiconian? Yes, this one you're looking at now, the one with the homework problems. Explain why or why not. 71. Download for free at https://383D4B8722D7B454E99FE2EAA43A8FF at 2020. Exercise 2.5.9. Different search engines on the web have their own syntax for specifying searches. Aside, note that a formula may be true for some web pages, and false for others. The search engine is concerned with finding all web pages which satisfy the formula. This is called a query, in database lingo. Only a few allow full Boolean queries. Some interpret a list of several words in a row as an implicit conjunction, others as an implicit disjunctions. 1. Read about the search syntax for the search language of eBay at 3L. Write an eBay query for auctions which contain border, do not contain common, and contain at least one of foreign or sick. Misspellings are a great way to find underexposed auctions. 2. Google #S Advanced Search 32 is typical for the online search engines. In particular, you can search for results containing all of A, B, at least one of C, D, and none of E, F. Describe how that corresponds to a Boolean formula. 3. Give an example of a Boolean formula which cannot be rewritten to conform to Google's advanced search interface. 72. Download for free at https://383D4B8722D7B454E99FE2EAA43A8FF at 2020. Exercise February 5, 10. Figure 2.7 A sample Waterworld board. Consider the particular board shown in the above figure. Figure 2.7. 1. Y safe, Y has 0, and Y has 2 are among the formulas which are true for this board but not for all boards. That is, they are neither domain axioms nor tautologies. Give 2 other such formulas. 2. vSafe might or might not be true for this board. Give 2 other such formulas. 73. Download for free at https://383D4B8722D7B454E99FE2EAA43A8FF at 2020. Exercise February 5, 11. In that same board, figure 2.7, is location W safe? What is your informal reasoning? List all your small steps. Similarly for location. P. Exercise February 5, 12. Give a domain axiom of Waterworld which was omitted in the ellipses in the Waterworld domain axioms, section 6.5. Exercise February 5, 13. Even allowing for elision, the list of Waterworld domain axioms, section 6.5, is incomplete, in a sense. The game reports how many pirates exist in total, but that global information is not reflected in the propositions or axioms. First, assume we only use the default Waterworld board size and number of pirates, i.e., 5. Give samples of the additional axioms that we need. Next, generalize your answer to model the program's ability to play the game with a different number of pirates. Exercise February 5, 14. Give one WFF which meets all three conditions. True in all Waterworld boards, a theorem of Waterworld. Not already listed as one of the Waterworld domain axioms, Propositional axioms for Waterworld, page 171, and not a tautology of propositional logic, can be made false in some truth assignment, though it may not be a truth assignment which satisfies the Waterworld axioms. 2.5.2 Reasoning with Truth Tables. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http Creative Commons s.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. When writing truth tables, please list rows in the order used in all examples: FF, FT, TF, TT. For 3 input tables, use the above 4 lines preceded by F, then the above 4 lines preceded by T. 74. Download for free at https://383D4B8722D7B454E99FE2EAA43A8FF at 2020. Exercise February 5, 15. In a truth table for 2 inputs, provide a column for each of the 16 possible distinct functions. Give a small formula for each of these functions. Note, these functions will include those for, and the other connectives whose truth tables you've already seen, section 2.1.1.1.2. Connectives. Exercise February 5, 16. Write the truth table for SNR, the negation of exclusive OR. What is a more common name for this Boolean function? Exercise February 5, 17. How many years would it take to build a truth table for a formula with 1000 propositions? Assume it takes 1 nanosecond to evaluate each formula. A formula with 1000 propositions clearly isn't something you would create by hand. However, such formulas easily arise when modeling the behavior of a program with a 1000-element data structure. 75. Download for free at https://383D4B8722D7B454E99FE2EAA43A8FF at 2020. Exercise February 5, 18. Use truth tables to answer each of the following, showing whether the connectives obey such properties via truth tables is one way of establishing which equivalences or inference rules we should use. 1. Show whether is commutative. 2. Show whether is commutative. 3. Show whether is associative. 4. Prove that distributes over. Note, this version is left distributivity. Right. Distributivity follows from this plus the commutativity of. 5. Prove that distributes over. 6. Show whether or distribute over. 7. Show whether distributes over or. 8. Show whether or distribute over. 9. Show whether distributes over or. Exercise February 5, 19. For each of the following, find a satisfying truth assignment, values of the propositions which make the formula true, if any exists. 1. A, B, A. 2. A, C, B, A, B. Exercise February 5, 20. For each of the following, find a falsifying truth assignment, values of the propositions which make the formula false, if any exists. 1. A, B, A. 2. B, A, C, A, B. 76. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. Exercise February 5, 21. Formula is stronger than formula if is true whenever is true. I.e., is at least as strong as, but not conversely. Equivalently, this means that is always true, but is not always true. As one important use of this concept, if we know that, and that is stronger than, then we also know that. That holds simply by transitivity. Another important use, which is outside the scope of this module, is the idea of strengthening an inductive hypothesis. Similarly, is weaker than formula whenever is stronger than. Show which of the following hold. When true, show is true by a truth table, and show a falsifying truth assignment for. When false, give a truth table and truth assignment the other way around. 1AB is stronger than AB. 2AB is stronger than A. 3A is stronger than AB. 4B is stronger than AB. Exercise February 5, 22. Using truth tables, show that A, C, B, C, C, A is equivalent to B, C, A but not equivalent to A, C, B, C. 77. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. Exercise February 5, 23. When writing a complicated conditional that involves multiple pieces of data, it is easy to incorrectly oversimplify. One strategy for avoid mistakes is to write such code in a two-step process. First, write a conditional with a case for every possible combination, as in a truth table. Second, simplify the conditional. Using this approach, we might obtain the following code after the first step. Simplify this code. List merge _sorted _lists, list list1, list list2. If is _empty, list1, and is _empty, list2. Return empty _list. Else if is _empty, list1, and is _empty, list2. Return list2. Else if is _empty, list1, and is _empty, list2. Return list1. Else if is _empty, list1, and is _empty, list2. If first underscore element, list1, equal first underscore element, list2. Return make underscore list, first underscore element, list2. Merge underscore sorted underscore lists, list1, rest underscore elements, list2. 78. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. Exercise February 5, 24. Consider the following conditional code, which returns a Boolean value. Int I. Bool A, B. If A and I 0. Return B. Else if A and I 0. Simplify it by FLLing in the following blank with a single Boolean expression. Do not use a conditional, such as if or. Int I. Bool A, B. Return. Use either Java/C++ or Scheme syntax. In the former case, please fully parenthesize to make your formula unambiguous, rather than relying on Java's 33 or C++'s 34. Many levels of operator precedence. 2.5.3 Reasoning with equivalences. Available under Creative Commons Sharealike 4.0 International License, http creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Exercise February 5, 25. Using propositional equivalences, page 165, and the definition, or, nor. Mnemonic, not or, written, express the function in terms of only. That is, give a formula which doesn't use, but instead only uses and which has the same truth. Table as 79. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. Exercise February 5, 26. Similar to the previous exercise, express each of the following using NAND, example, only, and prove correctness using the algebraic identities, propositional equivalences, page 165. This operation is particularly interesting, since making a NAND gate in hardware requires only 2 transistors. 1, 2, 3. Exercise February 5, 27. Using algebraic identities, propositional equivalences, page 165. Show that A, C, B, C, C, A, is equivalent to B, C, A. This is an algebraic hand evaluation, a series of formulas joined by. Don't write just portions of previous formulas and mysteriously introduce the dropped parts later. For each step, mention which identity you used. It is also helpful if you underline the formula you are rewriting in the next step. You can use commutativity and associativity without using a separate line, but mention when you use it. Exercise February 5, 28. In 2 exercises, you've shown the same equivalence by truth tables. Exercise February 5, 22, and by algebraic identities, Exercise February 5, 27. 1. What is an advantage of using truth tables? What is an advantage of using identities? 2. In that truth table exercise, Exercise February 5, 22, you also showed two formulas and non-equivalent. It is also possible to do so with Boolean algebra rather than truth tables. How? 3. Describe a hybrid approach, combining truth tables and Boolean algebra, to prove the equivalence and non-equivalence of formulas. 4. To ponder on your own without turning it in, which approach appeals more to you? Exercise February 5, 29. Using propositional equivalences, page 165, rewrite the formula A, B, C, B to 1 with fewer connectives. 80. Download for free at https://383d4b8722d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. 2.6 Exercises for Propositional Logic 2. 2.6.1 Reasoning with Inference Rules. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http Creative Commons s.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. For proofs on this homework, remember that each step must be justified by one of the following: a premise, a water-world axioms, the domain axioms, page 173. A listed inference rule, propositional inference rules, page 166, with the referenced line numbers, and, if ambiguous, substitutions for the inference rules. Metavariables, or a subproof shown in line, or equivalently, a theorem J lemma shown previously. Except where otherwise directed, you may use any theorem shown in the text or by a previous exercise, even if that exercise was not assigned. Exercise 2.6.1. Fill in the blank reasons in the following proof that commutes. That is: 1. Premise. 2. 2a premise for subproof. 2b intro, line 2a. 3. 3a premise for subproof. 3b. 4. 81. Download for free at https://383d4b8722d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. Exercise 2.6.2. Show that. Note, it should take around 8 steps. Exercise 2.6.3. Show what is often called the implication chain rule. Exercise 2.6.4. Show what is often called negated or elimination, left. Note, think backwards. How can we end with? One way is to end with ra. Under the premise. Using that premise and the starting premise. Can you derive the contradiction? Exercise 2.6.5. Using the inference rule ra, prove. Exercise 2.6.6. Show that. Note, the proof is a bit longer than you might expect. Use the Alim inference rule to get the final result. Exercise 2.6.7. In our inference rules, unlike our equivalences, we chose to not include any corresponding to distributivity. 1. Prove a left-hand version of one direction of distributivity. 2. Use the previous part's result, plus S commutativity to prove the corresponding right-hand version. 82. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. Exercise 2.6.8. In our inference rules, unlike our equivalences, we chose to not include any corresponding to De Morgan's law. Show that each of the following versions is still provable. 1, 2, 3, 4. Exercise 2.6.9. The above exercise suggests that it would be useful to have an inference rule or theorem that says given, then, or, equivalently, because of intro and Alim. Why don't we? Exercise February 6, 10. In our inference rules, unlike our equivalences, we have nothing that directly equates and prove each of the following. 1, 2. Exercise February 6, 11. Prove the following. Exercise February 6, 12. Prove what is commonly called the law of excluded middle. 1. Give a short proof citing our previous proof, example 2.18, of and the relevant version of De Morgan's law from above, exercise 2.6.8. 2. Give a direct version without using previous theorems. Note, use ra 2 or 3 times. 83. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. Exercise February 6, 13. Prove the missing steps and reasons in the following water world. Proof of 84. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. 1x has 1. 2. Water world. Axiom 3. Alim. Lines 1, 2, 4. Subproof 4aw safe y unsafe. Premise 4. Subproof 4by unsafe. 4cw unsafe y unsafe. 5. Subproof 5a w safe y unsafe. E. Premise 4. Subproof 5bw unsafe y safe. Case Alim. Left lines where equal and equal. 5c 5dw unsafe y unsafe. 6w safe y unsafe, w safe y unsafe. Theorem. Excluded middle where equal. 7w unsafe y unsafe. 85. Download for free at https://383D4B872D7B454E99FE2EAA43A8FF at 2020. Figure 2.8a Sample Water World Board. Given the above figure 2.8, and using any of the immediately obvious facts as premises, prove that location P is safe by using our proof system and the water world. Axioms. While this proof is longer, over 24 steps, it's not too bad when subproofs are used appropriately. To make life easier, you may use the following theorem. Q has 1. P safe R safe P safe W safe R safe W safe, along with any proven previously. When looking at the given board, you can use premises like Y safe as well as Y unsafe. 86. Download for free at https://383D4B872D7B454E99FE2EAA43A8FF at 2020. Exercise February 6, 15. Starting from the water world axiom Q has 1. P safe R safe W unsafe P safe R unsafe W safe P unsafe R safe W safe, we could prove the following theorem cited in the previous problem. Exercise February 6, 14. Q has 1. P safe R safe P safe W safe R safe W safe. Prove the following theorem, which is slightly simpler. Note, if you have trouble, first prove an even simpler version. Exercise February 6, 16. Show that the Elim inference rule is redundant in our system. In other words, without using Elim, prove that. Exercise February 6, 17. Show that the intro inference rule is redundant in our system. In other words, without using intro, prove that. To make sure that you're not hiding any uses of intro, also do not use any previous theorems. Exercise February 6, 18. Show that the case Elim inference rule is redundant in our system. For brevity, we'll just consider the left-hand version. In other words, without using case Elim, prove that. To make sure that you're not hiding any uses of case Elim, also do not use any previous theorems. 87. Download for free at https://383D4B872D7B454E99FE2EAA43A8FF at 2020. Exercise February 6, 19. State where on a board pirates could be positioned, so that P has 1, U has 1, W has 1, but X safe. Compare this with a previous theorem. Example 2.22, B has 1, G has 1, J has 1, K unsafe. The same idea shifted down a couple of rows. Suppose we try to translate this theorem's proof so as to conclude X safe, clearly untrue, by the above. What is the first step of the modified proof which doesn't hold when B, G, J, K are mindlessly replaced with P, U, W, X, respectively? Just give a line number, no explanation needed. Your answer will be of the form Lemma A line 1 or main proof line 2. We've just seen that the mindless changing of location names introduces false steps. But we can be a little smarter, and modify the false step to get a formula which is true, and is also still in the spirit of the original proof. We can thus patch the problem from the previous part, and continue on modifying the original proof for several more steps. But clearly we can't translate the entire original proof. We eventually hit a more fundamental snag, a formula which isn't true, yet can't be patched up, either. What is the first line that can't be patched? Again, just give a line number, no explanation needed. Your answer will be of the form Lemma A line 1 or main proof line 2. Exercise February 6, 20. Which is worse, having an unsound, but complete, inference system, or an incomplete, but sound, one? Why? 2.6.2 Solutions to exercises in Chapter 2. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Solution to Exercise 2.1.1.1. 88. Download for free at https://383D4B872D7B454E99FE2EAA43A8FF at 2020. A B. False false false. False true true. True false true. True true true. Table 2.6 Truth Table 4, or Solution to Exercise 2.1.1.2. A. False true. True false. Table 2.7 Truth Table 4, not. Solution to Exercise 2.1.1.3. A B. False false true. False true true. True false false. True true true. Table 2.8 Truth Table 4, implies. Solution to Exercise 2.1.1.4. Exactly 1 is true if either A is true, and B is false, or A is false, and B is true. So, 1 way to define it is A B. The two halves of that formula also correspond to the two true rows of XOR's truth table. 89. Download for free at https://383D4B872D7B454E99FE2EAA43A8FF at 2020. A B. False false false. False true true. True false true. True true false. Table 2.9 Truth Table for XOR. Solution to Exercise 2.1.1.5. 1. Inclusive. 2. Exclusive. 3. Inclusive. 4. Exclusive, hopefully. Solution to Exercise 2.1.2.1. Unsatisfiable. Solution to Exercise 2.1.2.2. Tautology, arguably. Solution to Exercise 2.1.2.3. Unsatisfiable, unless of course you interpret nobody as nobody of note. Solution to exercise 2.1.2.4. Neither. If you interpret gets late as a social issue but early as a clock issue, then the statement might be true, depending on where here is. Solution to exercise 2.1.2.5. Unsatisfiable, except perhaps in a karmic. 37 cents. Solution to exercise 2.2.1.1. 90. Download for free at https://383d4b8722d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. A B C A B C A B C. False 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 true false. False false true true true. False true false true false. False true 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 true. True false false true true. True false true true true. True true false false false. True 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 true. Table 2.28 Truth table to check associativity of implication. By inspecting the two rightmost columns, we see that the formulas are indeed not equivalent. They have different values for two truth settings, those with A equal false and C equal false. Solution to exercise 2.2.1.2. In the original code, we return value2 when the first case is false, but the second case is true. Using a WFF, when A, B, is this equivalent to the WFF AB? AB? Here is a truth table. 91. Download for free at https://383d4b8722d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. A B A B A B A B A B A B A B A B A B. False false true false 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 false. False true 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 false true true. True false true 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 false true. True true false true false 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 false. Table 2.10 Truth table for comparing conditionals equivalence. Yes, looking at the appropriate two columns we see they are equivalent. Solution to exercise 2.2.2.1. Two variables, as we're seen, 4 rows. 3 variables, 8 rows. 5 variables, 32 rows. 10 variables, 24 rows. N variables, 2 N rows. Solution to exercise 2.2.2.2. With 2 variables, we have 4 rows. How many different ways can we assign true and false to those 4 positions? If you write them all out, you should get 16 combinations. With 3 variables, we have 8 rows and a total of 256 different functions. With n variables, we have 2 n rows and a total of 2n different functions. That's a lot. Solution to exercise 2.3.1.1. 92. Download for free at https://383D4B872D7B454E99FE2EAA43A8FF at 2020. 1a, a, b, b. 2a, a, b, b. Definition of. 3a, a, b, b. Distributivity of over. 4. False A B B complement. 5. A B false B commutativity of. 6. A B B identity of. 7. A B B definition of. 8. A B B De Morgan's law. 9. A B B associativity of. 10. A B B commutativity of. 11. A true complement. 12. True dominance of. Solution to exercise 2.3.1.2. 1. A B B. 2. A B B false identity of. 3. B A B false commutativity of. 4. B A false distributivity of over. 5. B false dominance of. 6. B identity of. Solution to exercise 2.3.2.1. 93. Download for free at https://383D4B872D7B454E99FE2EAA43A8FF at 2020. CNF, A, B, A, B, C, A, B. DNF, A, B, A, B, C. Aside, Carnot-maps. 38. Are a general technique for finding minimal CNF and DNF formulas. They are most easily used when only a small number of variables are involved. We won't worry about minimizing formulas ourselves, though. Solution to exercise 2.3.3.1. We can indeed reduce the question of tautology to the question of equivalence. If somebody asks you whether is true, you can just turn around and ask your friend whether the following two formulas are equivalent and true. Your friend's answer for this variant question will be your answer to your customer's question about. Thus, the tautology problem isn't particularly harder than the equivalence problem. But also, equivalence can be reduced to tautology. If somebody asks you whether is equivalent to, you can construct a new formula. This formula is true exactly when and are equivalent. So, you ask your friend whether this bigger formula is a tautology, and you then have your answer to whether the two original formulas were equivalent. Thus, the equivalence problem isn't particularly harder than the tautology problem L. Given these two facts, that each problem reduces to the other, we realize that really they are essentially the same problem, in disguise. Solution to exercise 2.3.3.2. Compare the last two columns in the following. A B A B A A B A B. False false true false false. False true true false false. True false 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 false. True 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 true. Table 2.11 Truth table to prove validity of conjunctive redundancy. Solution to exercise 2.4.1.1. Intuitively, this is straightforward. Since A has 2, then both of its two neighbors, including B, must be unsafe. For this problem, let's be a bit more formal and use WFFs instead of pros in the steps. 94. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. 1a has 2 premise. 2. A has 2b. Unsafe, f, unsafe. Waterworld domain axiom. I.e., definition of A has 2. 3. B, unsafe, f. Unsafe. Lines 1, 2. 4b, unsafe line 3. Solution to exercise 2.4.1.2. Again a similar idea, if A has 1, then at least one of A's 2 neighbors must be unsafe. But, since we know that one of these, G, isn't unsafe, then the other, B, must be unsafe. 1. A has 1, B, safe, G, unsafe. B, unsafe, G, safe. Waterworld domain axiom. 2a has 1 premise. 3. B, safe, G, unsafe, B, unsafe. G, safe. Lines 1, 2. 4g, safe premise. 5b, unsafe, G, safe lines 3, 4. 6b, unsafe line 5. Solution to exercise 2.4.1.3. Here, we'll show only F and leave the other direction, and S. Associativity, to the reader. These are all very similar to the previous commutativity. Example 2.14. 95. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. 1. Premise. 2. Elim, left, line 1. 3. Elim, left, line 2. 4. Elim, right, line 2. 5. Elim, right, line 1. 6. Intro, lines 4, 5. 7. Intro, lines 3, 6. Note that we omitted the detailed explanation of how each rule applies, since this should be clear in each of these steps. Solution to exercise 2.4.1.4. First, if we know, then that means there is some written proof, we know simply by. If we know F, then if we add a premise, then follows by Elim. Note how this proof is about other proofs slow, however, while we reason about this particular inference system, we're not using this system while proving things about it. This proof is necessarily outside the inference system. Solution to exercise 2.4.2.1. 96. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. 1. Premise. 2. Premise. 3. Subproof, F false. 3a premise for subproof. 3b Elim, lines 1, 3a. 3c false intro, lines 2, 3b. 4 raw, line 3. Solution to exercise 2.4.3.1. It would be sound, Look at all the possible proofs that can be made in the original system. All those proofs lead to true conclusions, since that original system is sound, as we're claiming. If we just discard all those that include Ra, the remaining proofs are still all true, so the smaller system is sound. It would not be complete, though, as pointed out, Ra is our only way to prove negations without premises. There are negated formulas that are true, and have no premises, for example, false. Without Ra, we cannot provide a proof of false, so the smaller system is incomplete. Solution to exercise 2.5.1. Lots of possible counterexamples. It is bad to be depressed. Doing homework makes me depressed, so it's good to not do my homework. Or, it is bad for people to be in physical pain. Childbirth causes pain. Therefore childbirth needs be avoided by all people. If the original conclusion is really correct, Tracy needs to elucidate some of his unspoken assumptions. The flaw seems to be along the lines of, avoiding bad in the short run may not always be good in the long run, or equivalently, sometimes you have to choose the lesser of two evils. No, you weren't asked to name a specific flaw, and reasonable people can differ on precisely what the flaw is. And formal logic is not particularly helpful here. Nonetheless, uncovering hidden assumptions in arguments often helps understand the real issues involved. Aside, for fun, pick up the front page of the daily newspaper, and see how many arguments use faulty rules of inference and rely on unspoken premises, which not all might agree with. In particular, political issues as spun to the mainstream press are often riddled with error, even though there are usually reasonable arguments on both sides which policymakers and courts debate. Solution to exercise 2.5.2. 97. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. Terry claims that encouraging human rights is more important than playing Tetris. But Terry played Tetris yesterday rather than volunteering with Amnesty International. 39. Most people wouldn't condemn Terry as a hypocrite just because of this. Even the most dedicated of people are entitled to some free time. If your friend wants to prove Terry hypocritical, they'll have to provide further evidence or arguments. Or similarly, politician X claims to support science funding, but voted against a proposal to shift all Medicare funds to NASA. Solution to exercise 2.5.3. 1. It can be socially acceptable to wear my swimsuit into a fast food restaurant. My underwear is less revealing than my swimsuit, and yet it would still raise many more eyebrows to go to that restaurant in my underwear than my swimsuit. Clothes, and style in general, somehow encompass a form of communication. And people may object to an outfit's mood or message without actually objecting to how much the outfit reveals. Other examples of communication through style include team logos, T-shirts with humorous slogans, and armbands. 2. Buses are a lot cheaper than light rail. Yet, the light rail here in Houston demonstrates that many people who wouldn't routinely take a bus are willing to take light rail. Only after we recognize this, can we try to figure out why the difference exists, and then brainstorm to find a better overall solution. Solution to exercise 2.5.5. 1R, Q. 2RP. Think of the English being reworded to: if you got an A in this class, you must have gotten an A on the final. 3.3. P, Q, R. Solution to exercise 2.5.7. Poppins, Mary. Solution to exercise February 5th, 10. 1. There are many simple answers, such as Y has 1, W has 1. 2. There are many simple answers, such as A, N has 1, J has 3. For each, there are also many such formulas composed with connectives such as and. Solution to exercise February 5th, 1698. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. False, false, true. False, true, false. True, false, false. True, true, true. Table 2.12 Truth Table Forstner. This is the equals for booleans. It is also represented by the connective if and only if. Example 2.1. If you said something like the both or neither function, that's not quite good enough, as it's a roundabout way of expressing the simple idea of equivalence. Granted, it takes some practice to internalize booleans as values, and that equality is as valid for them as for any other value. Solution to exercise February 5th, 23. List merge sorted lists, list list1, list list2. If is empty, list1. Return list2. Else if is empty, list2. Return list1. Else if first element, list1, first element, list2. Return make list, first element, list1. Merge sorted lists, rest underscore elements, list1, list2. Else return make list, first element, list2. Merge sorted lists, list1, rest elements, list2. Alternatively, we could test the emptiness of the lists in the other order. Solution to exercise February 5th, 25. First we show that we can write negation in terms of, or more specifically. Checking this on a truth table is pretty easy, there are only 2 rows to check. But 99. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. For this question we need to use algebraic manipulation. This can be derived in a couple of simple steps. 1. 2. Idempotency of. 3. De Morgan's law. 4. Definition of nor. We use this lemma to show our ultimate goal. 1e. 2e. Double complementation. 3e. De Morgan's law. 4e. Lemma, with. 5e. Lemma, with equal e. 6e. Definition of nor, where equal, and equal e. Note that we judiciously used new metavariables, and rather than reusing and, which would still be correct, but would make the graders need to pay much closer attention to the scope of those variables. Solution to exercise 2.6.4. 100. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. 1. Premise. 2. Subproof. 2a. Premise for subproof. 2b. Intro, line 2a. 2c. False intro, lines 1, 2b. 3. Raw, line 2. Table 2.40. Solution to exercise, February 6, 14. 101. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. 1q has one premise. 2x has one premise. 3y unsafe premise. 4w unsafe y unsafe. Theorem. Above. Problem. Exercise. February 6, 13, line 2. 5y unsafe w unsafe. Theorem. Commutes. Line 4. 6w unsafe. Case elim. Lines 3, 5. 7. Subproof. 7a. P. Safe, W. Safe. Premise. 4. Subproof. 7b. P. Safe, W. Safe. Elim, line 7a. 7c. W. Safe. Elim, line 7b. 7dw safe W unsafe. Waterworld. Axiom. 7e W unsafe. Elim. Line 7c, 7d. 7f false. False intro. Line 6, 7e. 102. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. 8. P. Safe, W. Safe, raw, line 7. 9. Subproof. 9a. R. Safe, W. Safe. Premise. 4. Subproof. 9br safe W safe. Elim, line 9a. 9cw safe. Elim, line 9b. 9dw safe W unsafe. Waterworld. Axiom. 9e W unsafe. Elim. Lines 9c, 9d. 9f false. False intro. Line 6, 9e. 10. R, safe, W safe, raw, line 9. 11. Q has 1, P, safe R, safe P. Safe W, safe R, safe W safe. Theorem. Allowed by. Problem. Statement. 12. P safe R, safe P safe W. Safe R, safe W safe. Elim. Lines 1, 11. 13. R safe W, safe P safe R. Safe P, safe W safe. Theorem. Commutes. Line 12. 14. P safe R, safe P safe W. Safe. Case Elim. Lines 8, 13. 103. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. 15. P safe W, safe P safe R. Safe. Theorem. Commutes. Line 14. 16 P safe R safe. Case Elim. Lines 10, 15. 17 P safe. Elim, line 16. Alternatively, the subproofs could easily have been pulled out into lemmas. Just like using subroutines in a program, that would make the proof somewhat clearer, even though in this case each lemma would be used only once. Observe how the two subproofs have some identical lines, 7c, 7f and 9c, 9f. It would be incorrect to replace those lines in the second subproof with a citation of the results of the first subproof. First, because the previous subproof had been completed, and moreover, the two subproofs have different premises. This is analogous to two subroutines that happen to have some identical code lines, even though they are called separately and have different parameters. Note, interestingly, we didn't need to use R safe as a premise. In fact, we nearly proved that R safe would have been inconsistent with the other premises. Solution to exercise, February 6, 16. 1. Premise. 2. Subproof. 2a. Premise for subproof. 2b. False intro, lines 1, 2a. 3. Raw, line 2. 104. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. Chapter 3 Relations and Models. 3.1 Relations. 3.1.1 Relations, Building a Better Representation of Water World. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http Creative Commons s.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. So far, we have represented water world boards using propositions like A has to and B unsafe. You've probably already felt that this is unwieldy, having hundreds propositional variables running around, with only our naming convention implying any relation between them. Worse, this zoo of propositions doesn't reflect how we actually think about water world. For instance, the only way the rules recognize that locations A and B are near each other is because of several axioms which simultaneously involve A has to and B unsafe, etc., in just the right way to result in our idea of the concept neighbor. In fact, there is no way of talking about the location A directly. We only had propositions which dealt with its properties, such as whether or not it neighbored exactly to pirates. If writing a program about Waterworld, our program should reflect our conception of the problem. However, as it stands, our conception corresponds to having many Boolean variables named A has to, B unsafe, etc. Even worse, the rules would be encodings of the hundreds of axioms. A long enumeration of the axioms is probably not how you think of the rules. In other words, when explaining the game to your friend, you probably say if a location contains a 2, then 2 of its neighbors are pirates, rather than droning on for half an hour about how if location A contains a 2, then either location B is unsafe or. Moreover, the original rules only pertain to a fixed size board. Inventing a new game played on a 50x50 grid would require a whole new set of rules. That is clearly not how we humans conceptualize the game. What we want, when discussing the rules, is a generic way to discussing neighboring locations, so that we can have one single rule, saying that if a generic location has a 0, then any neighboring location is safe. Thus, we allow the exact details of neighboring location to change from game to game as we play on different boards, just as which locations contain pirates changes from game to game. In a program, you'd probably represent the board as a collection, matrix, list, whatever, of booleans. In our logic, to correspond to this data structure, we'll introduce binary relations. Aside, by including relations, rather than sticking entirely with propositions, we are leaving the realm of propositional logic. We'll soon reach first-order logic once we also introduce quantifiers, section 4.1.1, corresponding to aspects of program control flow. Loops. 105. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. We'll start by adding a way to express whether any two locations are adjacent, a relation NHBR, which will encode the board's geography as follows: NHBR A, B, and NHBR Z, Y, are true, while NHBR A, D, and NHBR M, Z, are false. What, exactly, do we mean by relation? We'll see Properties of Relations, page 106. That we can represent NHBR as a set of pairs of locations, or equivalently, a function which takes in two locations, and returns either true or false. This relation NHBR entirely encodes the board's geography. Giving somebody the relation is every bit as good as to showing them a picture of the board. In some ways better, the relation makes it perfectly clear whether two locations which just barely touch at a single point, like B and G, are meant to be considered neighbors. Exercise 3.1.1. We used a binary, two-input, relation to describe neighboring locations. How can we use a relation to capture the notion location A is safe? After defining relations and discussing their properties, we'll talk about interpretations. Page 111, relative to particular relations. Using relations gives us additional flexibility in modeling our domain, so that our formal logical model more closely corresponds to our intuition. Relations help separate the water world domain axioms, code, from the data, i.e., the particular board we're playing on. 3.2 Properties of relations. Available under Creative Commons Sharealike 4.0 International License, http Creative Commons s.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. When using relations in logic formulas, there are two things going on. Relations themselves, as mathematical entities, and formulas involving symbols, which must be interpreted as specific relations. First things first, we'll just discuss relations for now, and later tackle using relations in logic formulas. We'll start with a couple of equivalent ways of defining relations, and then discuss a common subclass of relations, binary relations. 3.2.1 Relations as subsets. Available under Creative Commons Sharealike 4.0 International License, http Creative Commons s.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Consider the set of water world locations LOC equal A, B, Z. For this domain, also known as a universe, we'll say a binary relation is a set of ordered pairs of the domain. 106. Download for free at https://383D4B8722D7B454E99FE2EAA43A8FF at 2020. Example 3.1. For instance, the NHBR relation of the previous section is the set A, B, A, G, B, A, B, C, Y, X, Y, Z, Z, Y. That is, X is related to Y if X, Y, is in the set NHBR. Example 3.2. For the domain D equal object, string, mutable string, the relation subclass of might be string, object, mutable string, object, mutable string, string. In general, a binary relation over the domain D is a subset of D times D. Note that these are ordered pairs. Just because X is related to Y doesn't mean Y has the same relation to X. For example, while mutable string, object, is in the relation subclass of the pair object, mutable string, most certainly is not. Example 3.3. You can consider the relation *read with over the domain of Hollywood actors. We won't list all the elements of the relation, but some related pairs are *read with Ewan McGregor, Cameron Diaz, as witnessed by the movie A Life Less Ordinary, 1997. has starred with Cameron Diaz, John Cusack, as witnessed by the movie being John Malkovich, 1999. If binary relations are subsets of pairs of the domain, what might a unary relation be? Simply, subsets of the domain. Example 3.4. For the domain of vegetables, Ian defines the relation yummy as tomatoes, okra, cucumbers, carrots, potatoes, and nothing else. 107. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. Example 3.5. In one particular game of Waterworld, the relation has pirate turned out to be K, T, R, U, E. If unary and binary relations make sense, what about ternary, etc. relations? Surreal in general, a K-ary relation, or relation of ary type over the domain D is a subset of D. K. However, any given relation has a fixed arity. That is, a relation may be binary or ternary, but not both. As with propositions, rather than writing R, X, Y, is true, we'll simply write R, X, Y. In fact, notice that once you choose some particular pair of X and Y, then R, X, Y, can be treated as a single true/false proposition. We'll soon extend the idea of propositions to include such relation symbols, and then allow formulas to include these terms. Example 3.6. Prime 18 is a proposition that's false, assuming the standard interpretation, interpretations, page 111, of prime. Example 3.7. Safe, A, is a proposition that is true on some boards and not others. 3.2.2 Relations as functions. Available under Creative Commons Sharealike 4.0 International License, http creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. The relation NHBR, which we're defining as a set of pairs, could also be thought of being a function. We say that the indicat or function of a set is a Boolean function, indicating whether its input is in the set or not. So instead of being given the set NHBR, you would have been equally happy with its indicator function FNHBR, where, for example, FNHBR, B, C, equal true and FNHBR, B, Q, equal false. Similarly, if you know that FHA's pirate, K, equal true and that FHA's pirate, L, equal false, then this is enough information to conclude that and the set and the function are equivalent ways of modeling the same underlying relation. 108. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. The next two exercises aren't meant to be difficult, but rather to illustrate that, while we've sketched these two approaches and suggested they are equivalent, we still need An exact definition. Exercise 3.2.1. For the indicator function. On the domain of pairs of natural numbers, write down the set of pairs representation for the corresponding binary relation. It's insightful to give the answer both by listing the elements, possibly with ellipses, and also by using set builder notation. In general, for a binary indicator function f, what, exactly, is the corresponding set? Exercise 3.2.2. For the relation haspirate equal k, t, r, u, e on the set of individual waterworld locations, write down the indicator function representation for the corresponding unary relation. In general, how would you write down this translation? Since these two formulations of a relation, sets, and indicator functions, are so close, we'll often switch between them, a very slight abuse of terminology. Think about when you write a program that uses the abstract data type set. Its main operation is element of. When might you use an explicit enumeration to encode a set? And when an indicator function? Which would you use for the set of waterworld locations? Which for the set of prime numbers? 3.2.3 Functions as relations. Available under Creative Commons Sharealike 4.0 International License, http Creative Commons s.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Some binary relations have a special property: each element of the domain occurs as the first item in exactly one tuple. For example, is planet equal, Earth, true, Venus, true, Sol, false, Ceres, false, Mars, true, is actually a unary function. On the other hand, is the square if equal, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1, 1, 4, 2, 4, 2, 9, 3, 9, 3. Is not a function, for two reasons. First, some numbers occur as the first element of multiple pairs. Second, some numbers, like 3, occurs as the first element of no pairs. We can generalize this to relations of higher arity, also. This is explored in this exercise. Exercise 4.4.2, and this one, Exercise 4.4.3. 109. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. 3.2.4 Binary Relations. Available under Creative Commons Sharealike 4.0 International License, http Creative Commons s.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. One subclass of relations are common enough to merit some special discussion. Binary relations. These are relations on pairs, like NHBR. 3.2.4.1 Binary Relation Notation. Available under Creative Commons Sharealike 4.0 International License, http Creative Commons s.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Although we introduced relations with prefix notation, for example, J, for well-known arithmetic binary relations. 3.2.4.2 Binary relations as graphs. Available under Creative Commons Sharealike 4.0 International License, http Creative Commons s.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. In fact, binary relations are common enough that sometimes people use them entirely. New vocabulary: a domain with a binary relation can be called vertices with edges between them. Together this is known as a graph. We won't stress these terms right now, as we're not studying graph theory. Binary relations, graphs, can be depicted visually, by drawing the domain elements, vertices, as dots, and drawing arrows, edges, between related elements. A binary relation with a whole website devoted to it has starred in a movie with. We'll call this relation has starred with over the domain of actors. Some sample points. In this relation, 1 has starred with Ewan McGregor, Cameron Diaz, as witnessed by the movie A Life Less Ordinary, 1997. 2 has starred with Cameron Diaz, John Cusack, as witnessed by the movie Being. John Malkovich, 1999. You can think of each actor being a location, and 2 actors being adjacent to each other if they have ever starred in a movie together, 2 of these locations, even if not adjacent, might have a multi-step path between them. There is also a shorter path. Can you think of it? The famous Kevin Bacon game asks to find a shortest path from one location to the location Kevin Bacon. Make a guess as to the longest shortest path leading from some obscure location to Kevin Bacon. Some other graphs. Vertices can be tasks, with edges meaning dependencies of what must be done first. In parallel processing, vertices can be lines of code. There is an edge between 2 lines if they involve common variables. Finding subsets of vertices with no lines. 110. Download for free at https://383D4B872D7B454E99FE2EAA43A8FF at 2020. Between them represent sets of instructions that can be executed in parallel, and thus assigned to different processors. Word ladders seek to transform one word to another by changing one letter at a time, while always remaining a word. For example, a ladder leading from white to spine in 3 steps is white, wine, shine, spine. If a solution to such a puzzle corresponds to a path, what do vertices represent? What are edges? Do you think there is a path from any 5-letter word to another? 3.3 Interpretations. 3.3.1 Needing interpretations to evaluate formulas. Available under Creative Commons Sharealike 4.0 International License, http Creative Commons s.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. You might have noticed something funny. We said safe, A, depended on the board. But that prime, 18, was false. Why are some relations different than others? To add to the puzzling, there was a caveat in some FNE print from the previous section. Prime, 18, is false under the standard interpretation of prime. Why these weasel words? Everybody knows what prime is, don't they? Well, if our domain is matrices of integers, instead of just integers, we might suddenly want a different idea prime. Consider the formula E, x, x, true for all x in a domain? Well, it depends not only on the domain, but also on the specific binary relation E actually stands for. For the domain of integers where E is interpreted as both are even numbers, E x, x, is false for some x. For the domain 2, 4, 6, 8, where E is interpreted as sum to an even number, E x, x, is true for every x. For the domain of integers where E is interpreted as greater than, E x, x, is false. For some x, indeed, it's false for every x. For the domain of people where E is interpreted as is at least as tall as, E x, x, is true for every x. Thus a formula's truth depends on the interpretation of the syntactic, meaning-free relation symbols in the formula. Definition 3.1, Interpretation. The interpretation of a formula is a domain, together with a mapping from the formula's relation symbols to specific relations on the domain. One analogy is, programs are to data, as formulas are to interpretations. In particular, the formula is like a Boolean function, it takes its input, interpretation, and returns true or false. 111. Download for free at https://383d4b8722d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. 3.3.1.1 Using truth tables to summarize interpretations, optional. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http Creative Commons s.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Consider the formula equal r, x, y, s, x, y, t, x, y. As yet, we haven't said anything about the interpretations of these three relations. But, we do know that each of r, x, y, s, x, y, and t, x, y, can either be true or false. Thus, treating each of those as a proposition, we can describe the formula's truth under different interpretations. R, x, y, s, x, y, r, x, y, u plus 03d5. False, 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 true. False, false, true, true. False, true, false, true. False, true, true, true. True, false, false, false. True, false, true, false. True, true, false, true. True, 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 false. 3.3.1.2 Using formulas to classify interpretations, optional. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http Creative Commons s.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. In the previous section, having a formula was rather useless until we had a particular interpretation for it. But we can view that same idea backwards. Given a formula, what are all the interpretations for which the formula is true? For instance, consider a formula expressing that an array is sorted ascendingly, for all numbers I, j, element I, element j. But if we now broaden our mind about what relations/functions the symbols element and represent, and then wonder about the set of all structures/interpretations which make this formula true, we might find that our notion of sorting is broader than we first thought. Or equivalently, we might decide that the notion ascending applies to more structures than we first suspected. 112. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. Similarly, mathematicians create some formulas about functions being associative, having an identity element, and such, and then look at all structures which have those properties. This is how they define notions such as groups, rings, fields, and algebras. 3.3.1.3 Encoding functions as relations. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http Creative Commons s.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. What about adding functions to our language, in addition to relations? Well, functions are just a way of relating input, s, to an output. For example, 3 and 9 are related by the square function, as are 9 and 81, and 0, 0. Is any binary relation a function? No. For instance, 9, 81, 9, 17, is not a function, because there is no unique output related to the input 9. How can we enforce uniqueness? The following sentence asserts that for each element x of the domain, R associates at most one value with x, for all x, y, and z of the domain. This is a common trick, for to describe uniqueness, if y and z each have some property, then they must be equal. We have not yet specified that for every element of the domain, there is at least one element associated with it. We'll get to that later. Exercise 3.3.1. We just used a binary relation to model a unary function. Carry on this idea by using a ternary relation to start to model a binary function. In particular, write a formula stating that for every pair of elements w, x in the domain, the relation S associates at most one value with that pair. 3.4 Non-standard interpretations, optional. 3.4.1 Prime factorization. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http Creative Commons s.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Note that there are other possible interpretations of prime. For example, since 1 can multiply integer matrices, there might be a useful concept of prime matrices. For example, consider only the numbers f equal 1, 5, 9, 13. That is, f equal k, 4k plus 1k. N It's easy to verify that multiplying two of these numbers still results in a number of the form 4k plus 1. Thus it makes sense to talk of factoring such numbers. We'd say that 45 factors into 59, but 9 is considered prime since it doesn't factor into smaller elements of f. Interestingly, within f, we lose unique factorization. 441 equal 9 times 49 equal 21 times 21, where each of 9, 21, and 49 are prime, relative to f. Mathematicians will then go and look for exactly what property of a multiplication function are needed to guarantee unique factorization. 113. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. The point is that all relations in logical formula need to be interpreted. Usually, for numbers, we use a standard interpretation, but one can consider those formulas in different, non-standard interpretations. 3.4.2 The Poincare Disk. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http Creative Commons s.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. A long outstanding problem was that of Euclid's parallel postulate. Given a line and a point not on the line, how many lines parallel to the first go through that point? Euclid took this as an axiom, unable to prove that it followed from his other axioms. Non-Euclidean geometries of Lobachevsky and Riemann took different postulates, and got different geometries. However, it was not clear whether these geometries were sound. Whether one could derive two different results that were inconsistent with each other. Henri Poincare developed an ingenious method for showing that certain non-Euclidean geometries are consistent, or at least, as consistent as Euclidean geometry. Remember that in Euclidean geometry, the concepts point and line are left undefined, and axioms are built on top of them. For example, two different lines have at most one point in common. While it's usually left to common sense to interpret point, line, and a point is on a line, any interpretation which satisfies the axioms means that all theorems of geometry will hold. The Poincare disk is one such interpretation. Point is taken to mean a point in the interior of the unit disk, and line is taken to mean a circular arc which meets the unit disk at right angles. So a statement like 2 points determine a line can be interpreted as asterisk for any 2 points inside the disk. There is exactly one circular arc which meets the disk at right angles. Indeed, this interpretation 5 preserves all of Euclid's postulates except for the parallel postulate. You can see that for a given line and a point not on it, there are an infinite number of parallel, that is, non-intersecting lines. 114. Download for free at https://383d4b872d7b454e99fe2eaa43a8ff at 2020. Figure 3.1 Some lines in the Poincare disk, including several lines parallel to a line L through a point P. Note that the distance function is very different within the Poincaré disk. In fact, the perimeter of the disk is of at infinity. Angles, however, do happen to be preserved.